Let us come to order and go on the record. I'm Commissioner Jeff Hughes, presiding commissioner for this hearing. With me today are Charlotte Mitchell, Chair of the Utilities Commission, and Commissioners Tanola D. Brown-Bland, Daniel G. Clydefelter, Kimberly W. Duffley, Floyd P. McKissick Jr., and Karen Kemerate. The commission now calls for hearing docket number W-354 sub 399 in the matter of the application of Carolina Water Service, Inc. of North Carolina for a certificate of public convenience and necessity to provide water utility service to the Carteret County water system and for the approval of rates. On August 2nd, 2022, Carolina Water Service of North Carolina, or the company, filed an application seeking a certificate of public convenience and necessity to be allowed to provide water utility service to the Carteret County water system in Carteret County and for approval of initial rates. On August 26, 2022, Carolina Water filed a revised CPCN application and filed further supplemental materials on September 2nd, 2022. On September 13th, 2022, the Commission issued an order establishing discovery guidelines requiring customer notice and scheduling hearings. On October 18th, 2022, a public witness hearing for the purpose of receiving the testimony of customers regarding this proceeding was held in Carteret County. On March 10th, 2023, public staff filed the direct testimony of Charles Junis and Lynn Fiesel. On March 27th, 2023, Carteret County filed a petition to intervene, a motion to extend date of hearing, and the rebuttal testimony of Tommy Burns and D. Meshaw. On March 29th, 2023, Carolina Water filed rebuttal testimony of Donald H. Denton III and Matthew P. Sellinger II. On April 4th, 2023, the Commission entered its order granting Carteret County's petition to intervene and denying motion to extend date of hearing. On April 10th, 2023, the Commission issued an order postponing the expert witness hearing. On May 1st, 2023, the Commission issued an order rescheduling the expert witness hearing to June 20th, 2023, which brings us to today. Pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 138A-15E, I remind members of the Commission of our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and inquire at this time as to whether any commissioner has any known conflict of interest with respect to this docket. Let the record reflect that I have no such conflict and that my fellow commissioners have not identified any such conflict. We will now move forward with the proceeding, and I call on counsel to announce their appearances, beginning with the company.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes and other commissioners. I am Joanne Sanford with the Sanford Law Office representing Carolina Water Service of North Carolina. With me at the table are State President Donald Denton and Matthew Sellinger. Present in the room are Tony Consul and Gary Peacock. We're to be joined by Dana Hill. The latter three are available should it be necessary and agreeable if there are any additional questions about operational matters that we have not addressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Claude Wheatley from Beaufort. I'm representing Carteret County. With me is Tommy Burns and D. Meshaw. And I want to thank the commission for the postponement over the tragedy that happened to one of our staff. Appreciate your compassion and your consideration.
Thank you, and our hearts go out to you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Presiding Commissioner Hughes, William Creech, Zeke Creech with Public Staff. I'm joined by James Bernier, also an attorney with the Public Staff. Our witnesses are Lynn Fiesel of the Public Staff Accounting Division and Charles Junis of the Public Staff Water Division. Also in the room is Michelle Boswell, who leads the Accounting Division. Thank you.
Very good. Before we get started with the witnesses, do the parties have any preliminary matters that need to be addressed?
No, sir, we don't. At the public staff's request, we will be putting Mr. Denton and Mr. Schellinger on the stand for a few questions that they had concerning the application. As a reminder, we filed the application, but we did not file direct testimony. We filed rebuttal. So at any rate, we have acquiesced to that. We understand it's a brief examination, just focusing on a few items from the originally filed application, correct?
I'd say that there's a slight caveat there, only to say that we had originally reserved about 20 minutes, so more than a few questions. I think what we would like to do is approximately 30 minutes and then lessen our substantially our cross on the back end. My sense, and I think the company, we've had communication with staff, is that the time that we've put forward for cross will be less today than originally filed.
Okay. Good to hear. So from our perspective, the commission is inclined to take judicial notice of the entire record of the proceedings on the company's application for fair value of the Carteret County system, docket W-354, sub 398, including the evidentiary record. My expectation is that this would allow the parties to present their case more efficiently today. Do any of the parties object?
We do not.
We do not.
No objection. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Please call your first witness.
Thank you. I call Donald Denton and Matthew Schellinger.
Okay. Right. Swearing. Okay. Okay. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
Yes.
Beginning with Mr. Denton, would you state your name, business address, and position with the company, please?
Donald Hemphill Denton III. The address is 5821 Fairview Road, Charlotte, North Carolina, and I'm president of Carolina Water.
Mr. Schellinger?
My name is Matthew Schellinger II, Regional Director of Financial Planning and Analysis. My business address is 5821 Fairview Road, Suite 401, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Thank you. The witnesses are available for examination.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Mr. Schellinger and Mr. Denton. I did want to say, just we have one more moment here to say that the public staff also sends its condolences to the community in Carteret County, the staff down there, everybody involved, and appreciate the commission's consideration of that matter as we proceeded. Thank you again. All right. So you have a copy of your application in front of you? I do. Okay, perfect. All right. So we'll just kind of go through it, not repetitive, but there's a rationale for it. So if you will, just on page 1, you've got the owner is Corix Regulated Utilities, correct? The applicant, you'll go by trade name, but your owner is Corix, correct?
Yes.
All right. And that's a privately held company, is it not?
Yes.
And so you cannot buy stock in that company, is that correct?
No.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay. No.
And it says on your website that it's a private company owned by British Columbia Investment Management Corporation with head offices in Vancouver and in Chicago. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, if you go to still on that first page, it says proposed utility service areas. We have North River and Merriman. Those are 2 separate systems as part of this Carteret County transaction. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then right below it says proposed rates. It has water rates, base rates 40.25 for North River and Merriman 23.40. See that?
Yes, I see that.
All right. Now, so there's one rate for North River, and then there's another rate for Merriman, and we'll talk maybe more here later on the addendum, but briefly for the moment, your analysis uses a ERC and a equivalent residential customer analysis. Is that correct? And it doesn't differentiate between the two different sets of customers, the two systems. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And in other words, have you all separately calculated impact on a per customer basis for the North River customers and for the Merriman customers?
I have not.
Okay. All right, let's go to page 2, your billing statement, number 6. And I am going to have a exhibit. We can go ahead and hand this out while we're doing it. Yeah, approach.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So the application it says show how the following will appear on the billing statement. It says mailing address, and it's a PO box in Philadelphia. Is that correct?
Excuse me, will you go ahead and mark the exhibit?
My sincere apologies. This will be public staff application cross exhibit 1.
Okay.
Excuse me, public staff CWS NC application.
Okay, let it be so marked.
So again, on page 2, number 6 there, mailing address in Philadelphia, and then a PO box, and it says address where a bill can be paid in person. It says not applicable, and it gives a customer service number of 800 number. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, this is a rudimentary cross exhibit here. It's in 2 parts. The first part is, and I realize that folks get text messages and they get emails and all that kind of stuff now, but this is your website. And so these are just screenshots. I took it. First is of your website. And then at the very end, it's a rudimentary kind of Google Maps, trying to figure out where that is in Philadelphia. And then we do the same for Carteret. The rationale for the questions here just goes to public convenience. This is an application for public convenience and necessity. And so that's the rationale for the questions here. So just on the first part here, you'll see that if you flip through, we go to the court's website. Then we figure out in the United States or Canada. Then we go by state and we go to figure out what state you're going to, and it's North Carolina, and then you click on customer service. How do you get in contact with folks? And finally, on page 6 there of 17, it says customer contact, phone, emergencies, mailing address. That's at PO Box, Philadelphia PO Box. The next page on page 7 and 8, one is just, I Googled the PO Box, and the next page is, well, what do you get? But more importantly, I think is the next pages. Let's go to page 10, Carteret County. And Carteret County, there's a point to this. You go to their website, you select the department that you're going to. Page 12 there, you see your water utilities. And once you're there, in the upper right, again, page 12 of 17, it says contact us. It says Jeannie Beeman, administrative assistant. It gives you a physical address in Morehead City. It gives you a local telephone number and hours. You go to the next page, actually, page 13 there at the very bottom. It even gives you another physical address, 210 Turner Street in Beaufort, North Carolina, 28516. And then the next page is Google kind of maps. It shows you kind of where it's located in the terrain of the county. The next page is the physical building. I guess it's a 5231 Business Drive. That's Carteret County Facilities. And then it also, the other address was for the county office. Now, I guess the question I have is if customers, how is it convenient for customers to, who presently have two physical addresses, they got the name, they got a local telephone number, and what your application is going to do is switching them up to an 800 number, and with a private company, they're you know, their sole, they cannot protest to their or interact with their local government officials. That they can't, but for y'all, they can't even buy stock in your company. Their one option really is to move. And so how is that a convenient option for customers?
If I may, just as a couple points of clarification, the Philadelphia, PA PO Box is a lockbox for, as it says on page 6 of 7, bill payments only.
Mhm.
On page 1, you'll see a business mailing address as well as a business street address for non-bill related interactions.
And just to follow up on that, I know that we have actually had problems with the USPS, as a lot of people have. And we're adding additional lockboxes, is my understanding, with our chief administrative officer. One will be in Charlotte.
All right. Thank you. Let's move on then if we can. Let's go on to page 3 if we can, back to North River and Merriman. And just a couple quick questions. Now, with respect to these two different systems, North River and Merriman, are these customers served by the same wells?
Yes. No,
And what about the same treatment systems?
no,
But you do treat the customers the same and assign them the same average monthly bill in your analysis. Is that correct?
If you're referring to the addendum, and then more specifically to say years 4 or 5 of the addendum, with the assumption that they're treated the same through some sort of uniform rate process, the answer would be yes.
Okay. All right, let's go on, if we can, to page 5. It's going to be page 4. Page 4, it says revenues and expenses. It says for 12 months ended June 30th, 2021. This is for the existing utility. And down at the bottom, it had net income of a loss of $336,000. Is that correct?
That's what it shows.
Right. But you are aware that in and there have been subsequent testimony, but in for the most recent fiscal year ending June 30th, 2022, the water fund did have a profit. Are you aware of that?
I'm not specifically aware of it, no.
I think that would probably be more appropriate for the county personnel.
That's fine. Yep. All right. Let's keep moving if we can. Next is the cost of the utility system, page 5. You have 1 and 2. It says that y'all going to pay $9.5 million for it. Is that correct?
Correct.
And of course you realize, and the commission has we just came out of the sub 398 docket. You're aware of the commission's order in that proceeding.
We are.
Okay. And that valued the system, gave a fair value $8.4 million in reasonable transaction fees, about $312,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So about 8.7 million rate base.
Correct.
All right. So just in a broad sense, in terms of what this transaction cost means to customers, is, you know, of that 312,000 in transaction cost, have you all looked at the calculation, how much it's going to cost per Carteret County customer and how much it's going to cost per existing customer? And if not, would you accept subject to check? That's about $250 per Carteret County customer, about $10 per customer of Carolina Water across the state if you have 31,000 customers.
I would accept that subject to check.
Subject to check.
All right. And if, and again, I know this would be amortized and baked in, et cetera, but if the current rates are, you know, if it's $250 per Carteret County customer in transaction fees alone, That's several months. That would equate to several months payments by themselves. I believe about 4 months payments, which is about a third of the year, kind of like taxes. You know, people work an X amount a year to pay their taxes. How in the transaction cost in this type of transaction, how do you justify the transaction cost to even to the Carteret County customers, not to mention your existing customers?
I'd start with the idea that the transaction costs are going to be amortized over, say, 50 years, which is what I believe I have in my rebuttal testimony. So that individual impact on a monthly basis is nowhere near the numbers you're talking about.
Certainly. But of course, amortizing it, of course, makes the cost even greater over time, does it not?
Sure.
All right. Well, let's keep moving on if we can. Page 7, capital. You've got your capital structure 50-50 to equity. Is that y'all intend to? Do y'all intend to purchase a system 50% debt, 50% equity? Is that correct?
The intention is,
Or how are you going to finance it?
yeah, the financing will be probably based on whatever our debt to equity ratio is at that point in time. But as we've discussed in prior rate cases, we kind of aim for that 50-50.
All right. And with respect to that, obviously y'all bid in on this. Y'all got the winning bid in April of 2021. And since that time, you know, interest rates have skyrocketed. They've gone up. You know, the Fed funds rates have gone up 4.5%, is my understanding, since then. And the Treasury's gone up not 2%, but it's gone up 2 percentage points, but about 1.84%. I mean, points. Would you accept that subject to check?
Subject to check.
And so I guess the question is y'all are still in this deal, notwithstanding the higher debt costs. Is that correct? Or will your debt costs be greater for this transaction due to the rise in interest rates?
I think it's fair to say that if rates increase, costs change.
Okay. And that would be embedded, that would be in your embedded cost of debt in a future rate case. Is that correct? Or
Possibly. It would depend on when the debt is taken out and when you need to acquire more debt.
are y'all intending to issue more debt to facilitate this transaction?
Not to my knowledge.
Right. Let's see here. But at some point in time, someone is going to pay for that increased cost of debt, are they not? And it's going to be the customers.
Only if additional debt is needed. And at this point in time, to my knowledge, that's not required.
You will, however, that debt, the existing debt that you have will not, I mean, it's got to be replaced at some point in time, does it not?
It does.
Okay, very good. Now, we're aware that there had been some discussion of renegotiating or discussion of changing the purchase price in light of the sub 398 decision. And I don't know about interest rates. I don't know anything about that. Have y'all had any, have you had discussions about changing your purchase price in light of the sub 398 hearing?
The purchase price is $9.5 million.
It's set. Okay. All right. Let's move on if we can. Well, one final debt related question. If you acquire the system, will you be applying for SRF and other low interest rate financing at some point in time in the future?
If it's, well, we currently have applied for SRF for other systems. We're going to be doing it again in the fall. Obviously, it depends on this particular system. If you're saying for this particular system right now, this particular system's in really good shape.
Right.
And so if the need arose, yes, we would.
All right. Well, let's go to page 8 if we can, and that goes to your last point. In really good shape. You say in number one there, it says no major improvements, addition planned. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And on the next one, it says no major replacements planned. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So we just talked about the finances of this system. Lost money according to your application in 2021. We know it. We'll talk later. We know it made, it made money in fiscal year 2022 and or, break even. And then now, if the county had done in part what y'all are going to do ultimately, which is depreciate a little differently. Of course, if they change their savings rate, their savings deposit rate, their water fund deposit, and or ultimately raise rates, not only would this be not a system that doesn't need any major improvements, but it might do better than just kind of break even and or losing a little bit of money, would it not?
I think you'd have to ask the county that.
All right, we'll do that. All right, let's move on then. Page 9. And this has to do with your purchase agreement, I think, in particular number 7 down there.
Mhm.
And so it's an exhibit to your contract, your APA. And I guess one initial question is, have there been any additional amendments to your contract? I am aware of just one amendment that I think was filed, certainly shared, that says that the closing would occur after, after this is all done. But have there been any subsequent amendments to your contract and or schedules? I'm thinking, for example, I saw something potentially relating to a new cell tower lease or anything like that, and I'll talk to the county about that.
I'm not sure. I don't believe there's been any amendments other than the extension of the time.
Okay, no problem. All right, well, let's go to your exhibit O, which is your rate freeze. Exhibit O, the rates and fees of your APA. It's 7A. It's part of 7A.
Yeah, just look on yours. It's fine.
Let me give you my copy.
I believe this is a copy of the
Okay.
fee schedule.
It is.
Okay.
And at the bottom, this line of question relates to rate freeze that's in your application, or at least this portion. At the bottom of that page, that's where y'all kind of point to where you've got a rate freeze in your contract. Is that correct? So CWS would retain your current rates at the APA at the time of the APA execution until next approved rate case.
Yes.
And then y'all in the last proceeding, y'all said on the record that y'all are set for a 4-year rate freeze. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But that 4 years is technically not in this contract.
That's correct.
Okay.
That was in discussions, and in the last hearing, I committed that we would honor that commitment.
Yes, sir. And then at the last sentence there, it says rates are subject to final legal review as well as regulatory and Corix board approval. Have y'all received final legal review? Do you know?
As part of the APA, we've gone through our internal legal review. And obviously the regulatory approval is pending.
Okay. And what about your Corix board approval? Have you received Corix board approval?
Yes, we have.
Okay, very good. And thank you. All right, relating to your rate freeze, just one more moment if you can. And you're saying that the rate freeze really is set in stone regardless of what the commission here decides. Is that correct?
Well, that's what we've committed to. Obviously, it's at the decision of the commission as to what they want, but we have agreed with the county that we would honor that for 4 years.
Okay. And this may be an odd kind of scenario here, but is that y'all would honor that rate freeze even if the commission ordered system-specific rates? Is that correct?
We've committed that to the county.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you. Let me see if I have any. I think that's it for a moment. Thank you so much.
Thanks. I don't have that the county has any, Gross, is that?
No, sir.
Okay, then redirect.
I have no questions. No questions. Thank you.
Okay, then go to commissioner questions. Mr. Kleinfelder?
Gentlemen, if I were a customer of Carolina Water Service of North Carolina, Inc., and I entered Carolina Water Service of North Carolina, Inc. into my search engine in my browser, this is not the website that would come up, is it?
No, it's not.
Cross-examination Exhibit 1 is not the website that I would be taken to, is it?
No, it's not.
I'd be taken to your own Carolina Water Service of North Carolina, Inc. website, wouldn't I?
That's correct.
You have your own separate website.
Right.
And it explains North Carolina operations and contact information for folks in North Carolina, does it not?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And only if I wanted to see the Corix website would I go
That's
to
correct.
Exhibit 1, right?
That's correct.
Mr. Denton, I want to ask you some questions about something you said in your pre-filed testimony in the prior proceeding, and I didn't ask you about it there because it's really pertinent to this proceeding, not to the fair value proceeding.
Okay.
You don't need your testimony there. I'm going to read you the piece I want to ask you about. But it's taken from page 7 of your pre-filed testimony in the sub 398 proceeding. And beginning at the top of that page, you say Carolina Water Service of North Carolina has a strong local presence in the Carteret County area with a highly qualified workforce to provide an optimal level of service through enhanced efficiency and depth of experience. And what I'd like to have you tell me about is give me a little more detail about your local presence in Carteret County.
We've got, so we do have operations in and around Carteret. We have, the closest system is the Brandywine Bay system.
Say again, sir.
Brandywine Bay
All right.
system, which is the closest. One of the things that we've had trouble with, I think, as the county has in the past as well, is obtaining qualified operators in the coastal regions has been very difficult. We continue to search for good operators. We are always on the search, but we have a depth of bench that we've been able to expand, and whether it's, getting down to Kennekeet or anywhere else out on the coast, we've been able to bring in people as needed. We think that's a value, a significant value. We obviously also have the storm response teams that come in, whether it's from Florida or South Carolina. Whenever a storm comes in, we're able to augment staff as needed. We do the same reverse for them. We send people down. In the last storm that hit Tampa, we had teams from North Carolina going down to Tampa. So we do have that depth of experience and capability that is, we believe, a significant strength for our team.
And how far away is your closest system to these two Carteret
I
systems?
believe it's 12 miles. I think it's in the application, actually.
And again, what county is it in?
I believe it's Carteret, but I'd have to confirm that. 17 miles. 17 miles.
17 miles,
17 miles.
and you think it's in Carteret
I
County?
believe it's in Carteret, but I could be wrong with that.
All right.
Yeah.
And at that, do you have an on-site operator full-time at that system?
It's not particularly that particular system. We have a number of systems right there, south of Moorhead. And so that is an area that we have a significant number of operators.
And would you be using the same operators that you use at those nearby systems, existing systems, to service and maintain operations at these two Carteret systems you're acquiring?
We're operating those systems now for Carteret, so we'd use the same personnel.
You would use the same personnel,
Yes.
and that would continue into the future.
That's correct.
All right. And so that cost is already a cost that you're carrying in your existing
That's correct.
system, right? Thank you, sir. That's all I had.
Okay.
Questions? Chair, I have a few staff questions for you. The company and the county have agreed to a rate freeze, which is often described as a 4-year rate freeze. Do you anticipate that rates will be frozen for a full 4 years, given the timing of the transaction closing and the company's next rate case?
Well, originally, the thought was that the timing of the 4 years, and it's why it's worded in the APA the way it is that the timing of the 4 years would align with the next rate case. It no longer does. So that and this is where we've said we would honor the 4 years with the county because that's what we committed to versus the way it's written in the APA.
Okay.
I'm not
so-
sure that answers your question.
No, I think so. I mean, so it's going to be 4 years no matter what, even if you have a rate
That's what
case.
we've committed to.
And that's 4 years from the sale date.
Yes.
Section 605 of the asset purchase agreement states that the company must receive government authorization satisfactory to the company in its sole discretion. Government authorizations include an order from the commission authorizing the transfer of the assets, authorizing CWS to provide the service, and authorizing the seller to abandon the service area. Does the commission have authority to authorize Carteret County to abandon the service area?
That's actually a good, I don't know the answer to that.
I think that'd be a good question to brief,
No.
if that's a fair statement. I don't believe so.
Okay, yeah, we'd like the answer to that.
Okay.
And then just following up on that, what would the commission's order need to say in order to satisfy that condition of the asset purchase agreement?
The abandonment condition or all of the above?
All of it, but particularly the abandonment one.
We would need to clarify on the abandonment, which we will get clarification, but we have committed to move forward based on the fair market value determination of rate base and then obviously the CPCN.
Okay. Well, I understand. You get the answer to us, and I think you're coming back up. So if you can get it for that, that'd be great.
See what we can find out.
All right. Any other questions? Questions on questions?
Just one follow-up. First, on the very important point that Commissioner Clodfelter made on this exhibit. If you'll turn to page 4 of that, y'all's website is, and I didn't, it's myutility.us/Carolina Water. It's not, that was intended to be your homepage. So is that your,
That is the
I believe
homepage.
that's your homepage.
That is the homepage. That is
Okay.
correct. And
Okay.
it is My Utility, well, they just changed the name of it. It's no longer My Utility Connect. It's My Utility Account
Okay.
is the service.
Okay. All right. Very good. And just to follow up on the other questions, staff question, the questions that Commissioner Hughes asked, with respect to abandonment, what or who are you? I mean, who's going to be will anybody be abandoned here?
That's not the intent. This is an acquisition and it's not abandoning any customer or anything along those lines. I think it's a question of, and obviously this is a case of first impression. We've, not acquired a county asset. So it's just a question of what's that terminology. We will make sure we get that determination for you in the commission.
All right. And without getting hung up in any terminology, just as a lay person, if any portion of what you're intending to buy, whatever that may be, is not bought, then what will the impact be on your purchase price? And what will the impact be on customers? Do you know that? You don't?
I'm not sure I understand the question. We're intending to buy both systems in whole.
Perfect. All right. Very good. Thank you.
Okay. Do the parties have any motions at this time?
I have one follow-up question. Might the county be a source of information at some point in this proceeding or afterwards about what requirements exist with respect to abandonment of their system?
Most definitely.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you for that. Sorry. Now
Yes, please. I'd like to move into the record, public staff, Carolina Water Service, NC, application cross exhibit number 1. Please.
let it be moved.
No objection.
Okay, you may step down. We will see you hopefully shortly. All right, Mr. Creech, please call your witnesses.
I'd like to call Lynn Fiesel and Charles Junis.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, okay, let's get you sworn in. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Yes. I will start with Ms. Fiesel if we can. Ms. Fiesel, will you please state your name, business address, and position for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Lynn Fiesel. Business address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. My position is the accounting manager for the water, sewer, telephone section of the accounting division.
Thank you, Ms. Fiesel. And Ms. Fiesel, on March 10th, 2023, and updated on June 13th, 2023, did you prepare and cause to be filed in this docket testimony consisting of 6 pages, an Appendix A, and 1 exhibit, schedules 1 through 4, marked Fiesel Exhibit 1?
Yes,
Okay. Do you have any changes or corrections to your testimony?
no,
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same as in your pre-filed testimony?
yes.
Now, Mr. Junis, can you please state your name, position, and business address for the record?
Yes, my name's Charles Junis. I'm Director of the Public Staff, Water, Sewer, and Telephone Division. My business address is 4030 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
And Mr. Junis, on March 10th, 2023, and updated on June 13th, 2023, did you prepare and cause to be filed in this docket testimony consisting of 40 pages, an Appendix A, and 2 exhibits marked Public Staff Junis Exhibits 1 and 2?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your testimony?
I do not.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same as in your pre-filed testimony?
No, sir.
Um,
I'm sorry, they would be the same. My bad. Okay. Just keeping everybody awake here.
Presiding Commissioner Hughes, I move that Ms. Fiesel's direct testimony be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand, and that Ms. Fiesel's appendix and Exhibit 1 be identified as marked when filed. And I'd also move that Mr. Junis's direct testimony be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand, and that Mr. Junis's appendix and Exhibits 1 and 2 be identified as marked when filed.
Motion granted.
Ms. Fiesel and Mr. Junis are available for cross-examinations and questions from the commission, from the parties of the commission.
I only have questions of Mr. Jonas.
Okay.
I have no questions of Mr. Oden. Do we start now with him?
They're a panel, so.
Mr. Jonas, you're aware that Mr. Tommy Burns and Ms. D. Mishaw, our county finance officer, filed rebuttal testimony to your testimonies a couple
Yes.
months ago.
Yes, sir, on March 27th, I believe.
And you also sent to them a public staff data request number 7 that was requested on March 29, 2023. Did
Yes,
you
sir.
not?
I recall that.
And They responded, did they not?
Yes, sir.
Now, the reason for the request is because you had some difficulty understanding the rebuttal testimony and you wanted clarification?
We were certainly looking for additional supporting documentation and clarification regarding the testimony, yes.
So the commission has the rebuttal testimony, but they do not have the additional information that we sent to you to clarify what misconceptions or misunderstandings you may have had.
Correct. Discovery is not typically filed unless submitted by a party.
And it would be in the best interest to obtain the truth about this matter for this request to be admitted into the record, would it not?
That sounds great to me.
Mr. Chairman, we would hope that we could introduce Carolina Water Service in North Carolina, Carteret County, W-354 sub 399 public staff data request number 7 that was requested March 29, 2023, which has been answered by Mr. Tommy Burns and Ms. D. Shaw, Finance Director, and have it introduced into the record.
Okay, do you have exhibits that you want to
Yes, sir.
deliver out? And let's hand those out. And then we'll go ahead and mark it. And,
Thank you.
Fair enough.
Okay, let's go ahead and mark the exhibit as public staff panel. Carteret County Cross exhibit number 1.
I continue, sir. We do want to have a chance to read it.
We can read it as you go. Yeah, you can continue.
Now, Mr. Janice, one of the areas of your discussion has been regarding depreciation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Just to note that this is the responses. This is not the data request necessarily, but it's quoted out. And I would just note that it's my understanding this does not include the Excel work papers that were also provided as part of this response. Is that correct?
Are you aware that there was an updated response with regard to the current financial standing of the Carolina, of our water system as of, I guess, the end of this month, really?
It's my understanding that the county supplemented their response or updated their response to one of the spreadsheets that were provided as part of this.
Did you look at that spreadsheet?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that the county lost $251,000 for this year?
Are you going to hand me that document? I would love to confirm.
I sent it to Z.
Okay, I mean, I don't have it handy on
Yeah,
the stand.
sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Junis, that would be the same document that was given to you previously, except there's now a third column added.
Yes, sir. So that third column is identified as unaudited county projected fiscal year 2023.
And basically, it looks like we lost $251,000.
Excuse me, we haven't, this is not really part of the exhibit one from what I understand that you passed out. So we're gonna have to mark this if you want to discuss it.
Okay, so I was trying to get it to identify it, but I've got one to pass around. Okay.
That's fine. But we mainly have to get it.
Carteret County Cross, number 2.
Okay. So marked. Public Staff Panel, Carteret County Cross, Exhibit 2. Go ahead and proceed.
Mr. Janus, now, we were talking about on the depreciation issue. The county does not accrue or fund depreciation. Is that correct?
So it's my understanding the county doesn't budget for depreciation. The county budgets for debt principal and interest, but then in its financial reporting, sort of the end of year financial reporting, they do account for depreciation.
Yeah, they're controlled by an accounting process referred to as GAAP. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, sorry.
And if the county did fund depreciation, then that would greatly increase our water rates, would it not?
Well, if you budgeted for depreciation, you'd have to net the debt cost because essentially you'd sort of be recovering both to some degree. I mean, especially when you're talking about the principal portion. I mean, it's really up to how the county accounts for this. It's my understanding, again, that they budget for principal and interest. They account in the end of year financials with depreciation.
Well, let me go back and ask the question again. If the county charged and collected depreciation, that would increase the customer's water bill, would it not?
If it was purely an addition on top of what you're already budgeting for, then yes, it would increase rates.
Now, you also understand that the county created a water district to cover the area where this system is. Is that right?
You're referring to the special tax district?
Yes, a special water district.
Yes, sir, I'm aware of that.
And at the time it was funded, it was 5 cents on the 100 valuation. And that was an additional tax to every parcel owner in that district. Is that correct?
I'll accept that amount subject to check.
So if this system is sold to Carolina Water System and that district goes away, that will be a benefit not only to the current customers, but also to the people in that district who do not use the service. Is that right?
Yes, but I would just add that it was my understanding that tax rate was reduced to 0 as part of the rate increase that was approved. I think it was back in June of 21, which was effective July 21. And then was slightly reduced. That rate increase was reduced in roughly September of 2021.
Well, that rate can be imposed by the county commissioners at any time they wish. Is that correct?
it's certainly up to the purview of the county commissioners to set tax rates.
And the Utilities Commission does not control the amount of rate charged by county to the customers, does it? I mean, we can do what we want to, can't you?
Correct. So the county could fully fund its water rates to cover all of its costs. And I think Ms. Meshaw had represented that would require essentially a 40% increase to a revenue amount of, I think it's $1,490,000. That my understanding included some amount, either it wasn't referred to directly as depreciation, but there was a $370,000, what I would say reserve amount. And there was also $100,000 for some contract work. But it's my understanding, having watched the County Board of Commissioners meeting yesterday evening, where they set the budget for this coming year, that they did not actually increase the rates 40%. So I'm not sure if that's necessary or not, in fact.
I guess that has a lot to do with what happens here, doesn't it?
I don't know. I can't speak for the county commissioners. I know there was one question from Commissioner Kavanaugh of what was the status of the sale. And I believe it was Commissioner Mansfield, that commented that there was a hearing today.
Well, you have to agree that the customers will be better protected by this commission than they would be the Carteret County Commissioners if they wanted to ensure that the system operated and paid its way.
I have the utmost confidence in this commission. I also am quite proud of the work that my division does and our accounting division and our legal staff. But I would note that I believe it was the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Burns that local government knows best. And you have the ability to change rates as you please. And so you could set rates that are protective of your customers, could be cost effective, given that the county doesn't pay a return on equity. The county paid for the construction of the system by a majority of grant money. So it didn't require customer investment. And so there are efficiencies to that. And I believe that the county could keep rates lower than Carolina Water can. But that is a duty of the county commissioners. So while I have confidence in this commission, there are parameters that this commission has to operate within, including the opportunity of a reasonable return for its regulated utilities.
But don't you agree, if Carolina Water acquires our system, that they can operate it much cheaper based upon the economy of scale, where they can have an operator to go around to several companies when we have to get one, just keep him in our particular company?
I think that's a great question. I think the county has an opportunity to hire contract operators. So contract operator can also operate multiple systems. The county could use part-time employees. It also, when you talk about economies of scale here, this is a system that is quite sprawling. The infrastructure and rate base in terms of the assessment value far exceeds that of Carolina Water's customers, at least on an average basis. And so with that, there is treatment infrastructure that is above average than a Carolina Water system. You have iron and manganese filtration equipment here. You have a softening system here. You have chlorine gas, which would be possibly transitioned to liquid chlorine treatment. And you also have 3 elevated storage tanks. These are all characteristics that are above average for a Carolina Water system. So I could also then extrapolate that the cost of service would be higher than average for a Carolina Water system. So I do question whether the economies of scale claim can be realized for a reduced rate for these customers and the existing Carolina Water customer base.
But
Well,
you
let-
don't know. All right? You don't know whether or not they can do it on an economy of scale or has any effect, but you're not in that business, are you?
I think I am in the business. I would argue that I review the expenses, the operations, the capital of numerous utilities. This commission regulates approximately 90 water and sewer utilities. And so I'm quite familiar with their operations and the claims of economies of scale. It's a very catchy phrase, but there are real challenges to realizing economies of scale.
May I make some additional comments here because it's related to economic of scale, so it's kind of also related to the accounting area. Regarding your question whether Carolina Water operates the county system will benefit the customers. So we have done some really thorough analysis from the Carolina Water's exhibits, MPS-4, that is Matt's exhibit. In that exhibit, Matt has calculated the revenue requirement for the Carteret County. If we go with the system-specific rates, he also calculated non-incremental expenses if the county roll into the Carolina Water sewer water account. So he has the revenue requirement for the uniform rates. But in that exhibit, we do not have the revenue requirement if the transaction is not closed, which means Carteret County still operates on its own. But we analyze in 3 different situations, and here I can give some conclusions, my concerns and comments, and some details of my analysis. On the revised rebuttal exhibit MPS-4, if you could go to line 49. Line 49 shows the average monthly bill for CWS uniform water rates if the Carteret County has a standalone rate. That rate on year 5 is $76.89. However, on line 50, the average monthly bill for CWS uniform water rates, including Carteret County system, which is the rolling rate proposed by the company, is $77.58. Before I do all of my adjustments, this already shows the rolling rate. If the commission approved rolling rate, the Carolina Water uniform water customers will get hurt. So this is my first point. The rolling rate does not benefit all customers. On top of that, I'm going to do some more comments on this exhibit. From line 40 to line 42, these 3 lines calculate the rate impact for Carteret County customers. And I would say that the public staff disagree with the methodology that how the rate is calculated. First of all, Carteret County has 2 sets of customers from 2 systems. One set of customers is from North River. One set of customers is from Merriman. So the rates impact for both group of customers need to be calculated separately instead of using the weighted average rate, which is the methodology used by Carolina Water.
May I stop you right there? How many customers are in Merriman?
31 customers,
31.
yes.
How many in North River?
About 2,000, over 2,000,
How many
over 2,000.
in North River?
Yes, I don't recall the exact amount. That's how I.
Well, I think you're a little high.
Were you trying to say
And-
12,000, 1,200?
1,254.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I don't remember. But let me make one point here. It's the public staff understanding that every customer need to be protected. It does not matter 31 customers or 3 customers or 40 customers. If there is 1 customer get hurt, that is hurt. So it does not matter how small the group is.
Well, let me ask you. If we've agreed with Carolina Water to freeze these rates for 4 years, and then any increase has to be approved by this commission, how come they're not protected?
I'm just going to, I'm going to continue my analysis to answer your question. So thank you for asking that.
I thought everything was already in the record.
I have done my further analysis, which shows Merriman customers are not protected by uniform rate. So if I can continue my analysis, I will show clearly the reason why. As I said earlier, from line 40 to line 42, these rates are calculated using weighted average rate, which means combined North River customers and Merriman customers. This methodology, we do not agree. And also on line 42, the average monthly bill for Carteret County customer without ownership, Carolina Water used an inflation factor to calculate the rate for each of the 5 years. But we do not agree this methodology. This inflation factor will apply to expenses, but we do not directly apply the inflation factor on the calculation for rate.
Stop it. The inflation factor would not apply to the rates. It would apply to the company if they take over. Say they cost them more to produce the water, but it's not going to be passed on to the customer. Isn't that correct?
That's not what I said. I think you misunderstand what I said. I'm saying the methodology we calculated the rate is different from how the company did. The company directly used the inflation factor upon the rate. But my methodology is not like that. So let me explain further how I did.
Mr. Chairman, I object to her reading her testimony again after it's already been introduced in the record. And I've tried not to go through that again. I didn't understand it enough to ask her any questions the first time. And so, I mean, it's already it's already in your record.
Presiding Commissioner Hughes, I think the question was, first of all, we've offered our witnesses as a panel and the parties have agreed to it. And then the second is that the question was on economies of scale and who's going to benefit. And Ms. Fiesel has done her analysis and she's offering to provide that in response to your question, but it's not an easy yes or no. Sometimes it comes down to the numbers.
Mr. Chairman, I never asked her a question. She just jumped in based upon questions I was asking Mr. Jonas.
Overruled. It is a panel.
Okay, I believe this is because this is related to economic scale. So let me do my analysis to show why our analysis show the Merriman customer is not protected by uniform rates. We got from the company's response for DR7 on question 1D, the calculation assumptions of supporting document for the projected increase of 40% in water zero rates to establish a capital fund and to adequately fund operations. So we got the responses. In the Carteret County's response, the projected revenue and expenses for the total of $1.4 million and $90,000. Let me say this beforehand. We have concerns and comments about all of these projections. But before I do all of my concerns, we have using a really conservative way to do the analysis to calculate the revenue requirement for both North River customers and the Merriman customers, totally based on the company's projections without any changes. And here's the conclusion. The $1.49 million projected by the company, first of all, I am not sure that projection actually incurred in 2023 or 2027, but just to be conservative, I treat it as if that is a projection for the first year of 2023. So we do analysis for the projected revenue requirement in total for each of the 5 years using the inflation factor that is already approved from the Carolina Water's most recent rate case, 354 sub 400. In year 5, based on that methodology I just described, in year 5, the total revenue requirement based on the company's projection is $1.6 million thereabout. And I break down that total revenue requirement into revenue requirement for the North River and the revenue requirement for the Merriman. The revenue requirement for the North River is $1.6 million. The revenue requirement for Merriman is $30,000. Based on this revenue requirement, I calculated the base rate per customer per month for North River and for Merriman. And the rate I calculated, the base rate for North River is about $77, but the base rate per customer per month for Merriman is only $51.5. That is about close to $20 below the uniform rate proposed by the company. And please note that all of this are before we make any adjustment of ourselves, because we do have concerns about the projection in DR7 response. And here are some of my concerns. Salaries and benefits. The total is $384,000. If you use Carolina Water's estimate, about $55,000 salary per employee, that is about 7 employees, full-staff employee. And then also on the DR7 response, there is a contract service for $100,000. That is about 2 full-time employees equivalent. So now we are talking about 9 employees in total to operate this Carteret County system. In Mass Addendum MPS-4, one line in the, okay, give me a moment, let me reach to Matt's. Okay, on MP-4, under the non-incremental expenses, on line 36, direct salary additions, what Carolina Water did is to remove the allocated salary from Carolina Water's most recent rate case and add in 2 full-time employees, including benefits, payroll taxes, and capital time. So based on Carolina Water's analysis, it requires 2 full-time employees to operate Carteret County system. However, on Carteret County's DR7 response, we just talked about there are about 9 full-time employees to operate the system. Now, keep in this mind, I'm accounting, I'm not engineer, so I don't know how many employees need to be operated system, but the 2 versus 9, that raises a big concern to me. Also, on DR7 response, Carteret County says, under the other financing uses transferable to Water Capital Fund, there is a $370,000 that Carteret County want to recover. As far as I know, this $370,000 is not actually incurred yet. This is projected capital fund. And when we calculated revenue requirement for the capital plant, we only include the known and measurable actual incurred cost instead of projected cost that may or may not happen.
Ms. Fiesel, you have done a ton of analysis here. And I'll just interject because I think you're conveying a lot of information. The public, I would just proactively offer that the public staff would be pleased to file a late filed exhibit with this analysis, if helpful, and to the process as well. But it may help to hit the.
It will be greatly helpful. I would love to file a late filed exhibit.
The company doesn't need a late filed exhibit for whatever that's worth in the determination. We appreciate the offer.
Please keep in mind this, my exhibit shows the Merriman customer is not protected by the uniform rate. If this is not get into the record, we would not have evidence to show that Merriman customers are not getting protected. But it's our belief that every customer need to be protected, including Merriman customers. It does not matter how many customers there are, they need to be protected.
If I might, and I intended to get into this on some examination, we aren't asking for uniform rates in this docket. We have indicated that we would intend at this time to propose it in the next rate case. That opportunity would be, we believe, 3-4 years down the road. And in the interim, our arrangement, our proposal is that there be a rate freeze. So we think this examination is entirely and completely appropriate to the rate case that will take place at some point in the not very near future. We don't think that it is relevant or necessary for a determination of this case. So I say that to indicate what our view is, and also our reasons for having no interest in a further late filed exhibit, because Ms. Feasel has given a significant amount of information this morning as to her core position. Thank you.
Please just keep in mind that my analysis is the forecast of the year 5.
I would just, all I would say is, obviously, this is a matter of first impression. The company has updated its application on an ongoing basis, including in response to public staff, about 5 times. Ms. Feasel has done this analysis. Her main concern, obviously, is that there's going to be disparate treatment between these two systems. And she thinks it would be very helpful to be able to file a late filed exhibit. And we tried to be efficient with the commission's time here.
We're going to hold off on later for the video. It's legal of this. Now, so make the message. I appreciate it.
May I continue, Mr. Jonas? Sir, I've just got 1 or 2 more. Mr. Jonas, also you had suggested in your testimony that a portion of money be put in trust for people that had difficulty paying their bills. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever heard of that happening before?
I would say this is a peculiar case and it's a first of its kind, and we have to think sort of outside the box here to resolve an issue of this is the first fair value case. This is the first CPCN that would potentially incorporate a fair value decision. And obviously that rate base amount would have a material impact on rates, which was acknowledged by this commission in its sub 398 order.
Well, you don't know of any legal authority that would be able to create such a trust fund or whatever, do you?
So as my testimony states, we suggested voluntarily that the parties come to some agreement for such hardship fund. One possibility would be related to my exhibits. My exhibit 2, which basically addresses how the water fund would address its liabilities and then have a remaining $1 million left over. I mean, that is a byproduct of this utility being run as an enterprise and separate. And so those are funds that could be potentially returned to customers or used to offset the rate impact for customers. This takes, in my opinion, a willingness by the county to do that. But alternatively, it's ultimately up to this commission to decide whether there's a legal basis to require it.
In the exhibit, our cross-examine, perhaps that examination, exhibit number 1, Mr. Burns set forth the various agencies that currently exist to assist in paying water bills. Did you pay any attention to that, sir?
I certainly read that response and recognize that those are options. A lot of times there are eligibility concerns. And also it takes effort by the customer to potentially get those funds, and there's no guarantee that they will get them. What I was speaking to was either a direct offset to rate base or the creation of a separate fund specific for this purpose, recognizing the impact of this potential transfer.
Right now, you know of no legal, right, any legal authority that would give you the commission right to do this to you.
So I think you asked that question already. I'm not an attorney, so I'm not going to make any legal opinions here, especially regarding to dictate or limit this commission's authority.
Would this be something Carolina Water should put in the fund? Or is this something the county should use, the money that's been returned to the county as their purchase price use?
I was referring to some of the proceeds, like I said, that water fund balance that is in my exhibit 2, or the purchase price paid, which is $9.5 million.
The water fund balance was $1,071,000, was it not?
That is after paying the liabilities. Now, there is a question, well, should that balance be used to pay those, or should the sale proceeds be used to pay those liabilities? But essentially what I'm suggesting is that there is potentially a break-even number here to mitigate the rate impact to customers, and that would be a worthwhile cause for the county to ensure that protection for the customers that, as the word was thrown around earlier, are abandoning.
Are you aware that $475,000 of the money that the water company paid pursuant to their contract is in that figure?
Are you referring to like earnest money or essentially down
Were
payment?
there bid money?
I was not directly aware of that, but certainly worth considering.
I have no further questions.
Commissioner Hughes, this is a little unusual, but I wondered if it's possible I don't know when you plan to have your break. I wondered if it might be possible to have a few minutes break now. I have a fair number of questions for these witnesses. I believe I can be a little more efficient with them if I have just a few moments.
I like the word efficient. How much time do you need?
10 minutes.
No.
We're almost at the hour and a half, which is one reason
Okay.
I had the temerity to ask.
Okay, yeah, if it shortens it up, that's fine. We'll be back here, take a recess, and we'll go off the record, and we'll be back here at 11:35.
Thank you very much.
operation, the efficiency operation was successful, but
Hope so. yeah.
before you do that, I did want to rule on the request to allow a late file exhibit. It's unusual to have this kind of information, and there's many better places that this should have been. But with that said, because so many numbers were thrown around, I think we're going to need to see it, but we'll allow it. But we will give it the weight it's due.
And may I ask, will we have an opportunity to respond to the late filed exhibit? Because we haven't seen this information,
Yes.
if necessary.
Yes, if necessary.
Thank you very much. With me now?
Oh, yes.
Thank you very much. And thank you for indulging us with the break. My questions, I think, are mostly for Mr. Junis, but Ms. Feasel, if any of them strike into your territory, I know you will respond. I want to spend just a few minutes on what I call talking about why we're here and what we're doing. Mr. Junis, this CPCN application is filed pursuant to GS 62-110. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Filed August 2nd, almost a year ago, 2022.
Yes, I'll accept that date subject to check.
Okay, thank you. You should always check me on dates and numbers. So we have referred to this as a companion case to docket number 354 sub 398, also known as the fair value case. Do you agree that's a fair characterization of these two cases?
Yes, they are definitely interrelated.
Okay. The public hearing phases of these cases were jointly held and are joint to the two dockets, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And these cases in combination are cases of cases of first impression under GS 62-133.1A.
Yes, ma'am.
The fair value statute. Thank you. The fair value statute 133.1A provides a process for determining fair value when a GS 62 regulated company buys what I'll refer to as a governmental utility. Would you agree?
Correct. This is an alternative method to establish rate base.
To establish rate base, yes. And the commission heard us, including the public hearing components in the fair value case, docket number 398, and issued its order on February 10th of this year. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The order was captioned, "Order establishing rate base of water system acquired from Carteret County." Do you agree?
Subject to check.
Subject to check. And in that order, the commission, and this is a question. I want to see if you agree. The commission determined that the fair value, they adjusted our proposed fair value, our meaning my side of the table here. Our proposed fair value, they adjusted to downward to $8.4 million. Is that generally correct?
Yes.
And they added some reasonable fees and expenses.
Yes, ma'am.
And that number that the commission found in the public interest was the support for the rate base for Carolina Water upon an acquisition of this system, right? In other words, that is how they are to determine, and they are to conclude, they are to understand that the rate base that will be attributed to this system, if they acquire it, is that adjusted fair value plus the reasonable fees. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any reason to go through the fair value exercise other than to emerge with a conclusion of what rate base will be?
I would say the primary purpose of that fair value proceeding is to establish rate base. I think the commission has acknowledged directly in a footnote that the next rate case would be used to determine whether those assets are used and useful. So the possibility of an overbuilt plan or excess capacity adjustment. So that rate base number still can be, I mean, that's still the starting point, but it could be adjusted. Or alternatively, you could have a contribution in the form of CIAC that could go to offset part of that rate base, but you're still using that $8.7 million number.
And this mechanism that's set forth in 133.1A is specifically understood, and I think specifically expresses in the terms of the statute itself, as an alternative to other mechanisms that this commission has used traditionally for determining rate base. Is that correct?
Yes, again, as I acknowledged, it is an alternative to the previous methods.
It is. And so previous methods, such as in the North Topsail case, that's one to which we often cite, that that look at a variety of factors and that are themselves subject to exceptions based upon the individual case. These previous and pre-existing or legacy methods of determining rate base continue to be applicable in certain instances, but an alternative to them is provided by 133.1A, right? An alternative method of determining rate base.
Correct. Now, obviously, we're sitting in the 399 hearing, and we're posed with the question of, is the issuance of a certificate of public convenience a necessity? Is it a public convenience and necessity and in the public interest? And I think that's what we're trying to quantify.
I agree with you. We're going to talk about that.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you. No apologies necessary. I want to get to that. But with respect to this rate-based decision, the commission has determined that at the adjusted level, it is, you've quoted that language and I have it in here somewhere, but essentially it is in the public interest.
Correct.
That rate base is in the public interest. And so,
For example, finding of fact 19 says, quote, in the public interest, it is appropriate for the commission to adjust the fair value to $8,416,000.
right. And I think the commission said in words better than I'll use here that had the rate base been 9.5 plus reasonable fees, that would have been material.
Correct. So I think you're referring to finding of fact 21.
That's right.
And then also just the preceding finding of fact says that it's not possible on the present record to quantify the extent to which this will benefit CWS existing customers and then the future rates.
That's right. That's right. And then at paragraph 22, while we're at that phase and while my book is open to it, the commission said at the fair value as adjusted by the commission in its discretion, utilization of the fair value statute is in the public interest.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. And this is page 5 of my testimony.
That's right. That's right. It's in your testimony as well. This is oft referred to, very important language. And so recognizing other decisions are to be made, the rate-based decision, this initial rate-based decision is made by this commission order, correct? Public interest and all.
Correct. Subject to the granting of a certificate of public convenience and necessity.
That's right.
Otherwise, it's a meaningless number.
And so that's why we're here in sub 399. This is part 2 of this companion case exercise. And so I want to talk about that for a few minutes. And you have expressed concern. Ms. Fiesel has talked at some length this morning and in her testimony about what kinds of things, about whether there are benefits, whether there are adequate benefits. And you've talked a lot about what kinds of things might happen in rates in the future, whether standalone or uniform. Is that correct? That's important to the public staff, and you've talked about it a lot, I think.
Yes, ma'am.
We all agree, don't we, that there is a rate freeze for 4 years. I think that's been repeatedly testified to. I want to see if there's any doubt about whether there's going to be a rate freeze for 4 years should my client acquire the system.
So it's my understanding, Mr. Denton testified this morning that yes, in fact, it will be a full 4-year rate freeze from approval or closing of this transfer. And we acknowledge the value of that.
Right.
We support that portion of this application, but it would be not in the best interest of customers to only look at that time period, because that is not representative of the lifetime of these assets and for what they will pay in the future. We have to represent their best interests going forward. Otherwise, it's sort of a bait and switch of, okay, we'll charge you this sort of discounted rate, but we'll also show you in our calculations that we can justify a higher rate, and it is our intention, or CWS and C's intention, to charge a higher rate in the future. The proposal is, or at least the current plan would be to incorporate them into uniform rates. And so we have to look at that. That is part of the commission's form. The 5-year addendum looks at what are going to be the costs and what it would be the revenues under your ownership, and how do you project that?
And let's talk for a minute about how much we can ever know about what events, what changes in the economy, what development, on and on and on we could go, about what will happen over a 4-year period with respect to a determination 4 years down the road as to what rates will be. We don't know, do we? We don't, I mean, how can we know?
We don't know for sure, but we can and are required to attempt to project that. This is a task that I think we're getting better with practice, having gone through 2 multi-year rate cases where we've had to project 3 years into the future. And these addendums are nothing new. We've had to project 5 years into the future. I will say, you know, I love my job and I enjoy this process and going back and forth with your questions and Mr. Wheatley's questions. But if I could, to a T, predict the future 5 years out, then I probably wouldn't be sitting here, as much as I love this.
And I would affiliate with you even.
However, we are doing the best we can. And I have tried, as part of our analysis, to acknowledge the work that Mr. Schellinger has done in an attempt to project these costs. And I think we have a reasonably known projection and have an idea of what the rate impact would be. And I think that's the important part here. We agree with the rate freeze. The rate freeze is good in the short term. Long term, though, there is a significant impact to these customers, and I believe that there is also an impact to Carolina Water's existing customers. It is, you know, these North River individuals and the Merriman customers, and I think simply said, the Merriman customers are on a smaller, separate system and are charged a lower rate to account for that. They don't have iron and manganese treatment. They don't have a softening system. They don't have elevated storage. It's a very simple system with a hydro tank and chlorination. And their rate acknowledges that. They only pay a $23.40 base charge that includes 1,000 gallons of usage, in comparison to the North River rate that is $40.25. So Merriman customers are going to be impacted more, but that is what we're trying to analyze and acknowledge, of knowing, or at least projecting, of where does this end up at in terms of long-term rates. And that is currently proposed to be uniform rates. What is the impact to those customers, and is it in the public convenience and necessity?
And so, Mr. Junis, if your goal is to, in perpetuity, I'll say protect, because I know that would be the way you would look at your goal, but if your goal is to protect customers at system-specific rates going into the future, how do you ever justify uniform? How do you ever justify combinations of companies, acquisitions? How do you deal with the bases of support for consolidation and ultimate movement into uniform rates? I mean, it sounds like your focus out for a very long time is to preserve to all these customers the what you would call benefits of the very specific costs associated with their system. How do those two things gel?
So it is a hard task, and I think this commission is somewhat struggling with it. I can recall 3 recent rate cases where this has been a question of when is it appropriate for uniform? When is it appropriate for system specific? And I think in a situation like this, where there is a cost of service that is unusual, and that cost is directly linked to this system, then we believe that system specific is appropriate. I would just, the tough part here is this system was majority paid for by grants. And now this rate treatment requires the customers to pay for it. And that decreases the benefit that had been acquired by the county. You got state and federal funding, and now that's sort of tossed out in the past. And I think that's really boiling down our position. That rate-based treatment has a negative impact, which then puts this not in the public interest in terms of a certificate of public convenience, because when you talk about the benefits, the county's compliant. The county has a system that is well maintained. I think Mr. Dent testified to it this morning. This system's in good condition. So where are the opportunities for Carolina Water to do better and provide a benefit that outweighs the cost here of paying for that system that had been built with grants? And we're just not seeing that.
And Mr. Junis, I know you understand, and we'll talk more about this in a minute, and I'll try to go quickly through them, that my client believes, that the county believes, that there are a considerable number of benefits, and we're going to talk about them on the record in this case. But I see your struggle with the I say concept or notion. It's far more than that, with the practice that is observed in the Chapter 62 arena of CIAC and contributions and how this get paid for, and you don't pay for it twice. We have a statute that has changed the protocol and the arrangements, the opportunities, the rules with respect to the kind of acquisition that we're talking about here. And at 133.1A B1D, if I have all that correct, my notes say the original source of funding for any or all portions of the water and sewer assets being acquired is not relevant to an evaluation of fair value. You agree that the statute says that?
I'll say subject to check of the exact language, and I think that issue has already been addressed by this commission when they established a fair value of 8.416 million.
Right.
But that does not restrict how they consider whether this is in the public convenience and necessity to grant a certificate to Carolina Water and to support the sale of the system.
And so is it your position that the company can comply with the statute, can get an order from the commission that says that the fair value as they adjusted and established it is in the public interest, and yet still the acquisition shouldn't be approved because the rate base is too high? Is that your position?
So that is one of the recommendations I made, and that is denial. And I feel strongly about that the county is capable, and I think capable not only to operate this system in an appropriate fashion, but to also keep rates low. But alternatively, we did recommend that there is a path forward in terms of the rate freeze and system specific rates if the commission so decides.
And so to support your position, would one have to believe that it's, I guess plainly put, that it's the public staff's responsibility to decide what the county should do with respect to stewardship of a water system or selling a water system? Or
Will you repeat that question for me?
Well, I'll try, but I don't know that I can get it all in order. But I probably didn't have it in order then. I hear your position with respect to the concern about, public interest, the benefit. But you recite to the fact that the county doesn't have operational problems. Those things that you said, sort of commend them as an operator. Let me try this another way, maybe more clearly. But do you agree that that is the county's decision as to whether they want to keep it or sell it?
So ultimately, they can enter into an agreement, but for this to be transferred to a commission-regulated utility, it is ultimately up to the approval of this commission. And I think in the issue of a certificate of public convenience and necessity, that is a major question of, is this either I would argue, the best option for these customers? When you get into a certificate, and I think we're seeing the problems now is, all right, let's say it's a developer-owned system and they get a certificate and they run the system into the ground. Well, should they have gotten a certificate? Should we know better now that maybe that is not the best option? And what was the analysis done to think about the cost of service and their ability to have the technical, managerial, and financial strength to operate a system? And I think in this situation, Carteret County has a track record of compliance. They have a track record of a well-maintained system. Now, on the financial side, I acknowledge the losses. I think the losses can be addressed. It's in Mr. Burns' testimony. They can change rates whenever they want. They did change rates when they wanted in June of 21. They increased the rates 95%. I think that's doing what you want and when you want. And that's a prime example. And so they can do this. They operate a budget of over $160 million. I listened to the meetings yesterday about how they deliberated over what's appropriate to fund the schools, what's appropriate to fund the EMS and fire, all aspects of county operations, and how they had come out strong through COVID, Hurricane Florence. This is a staff that is capable. If you can do that on a county scale, and it serves, I think it's like 70,000 residents, why can't you serve these 1,300 customers, or approximately, 2,000 some odd residents? I think they can.
So how do you square your endorsement of their ability to raise rates a lot and on a moment's notice and with very little justification? How do you square that with your concern about the welfare and the benefits, the situation for these customers of theirs?
So, I'm not endorsing unwieldy use of that authority. You should, though, cover your costs. And a benefit of county ownership, and this is sort of one thing that I think it's Meshaw put together an analysis, and it's referenced by Mr. Schellinger. When you talk about fully funding depreciation, or fully funding or comparing CWS ownership versus county ownership, if you don't have to pay cost of equity, imagine if you put that in your cost of service, but built a reserve. You're advancing funds to potentially make the improvements you need. And so when you look at rates, dollar for dollar, let's say it's the exact same, you can get more through the county than you can through Carolina Water.
And so that's the public staff's position about what the county should do, as opposed to entering into this transaction to sell it under the statute.
Yes, ma'am.
And you believe the county should do whatever it needed to do to cover its cost without regard to whether it's, this last part you didn't say. I'm going to say it so you can object if you want to. Whether it's the 40% increase that Ms. Meshaw says they're going to have to do, or whether it's I've forgotten the number of the very large percentage increase they get.
Are you talking about back in 21?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like 95%.
95%. So your concern for these customers doesn't extend to the county's demonstration of its willingness to do that or its announcement of its intention to do that. But it does attach to a future rate increase under Carolina Water's ownership, which will only be decided if this, I'm sorry to point, if this commission analyzes and approves of same.
So again, that analysis, when you look at the cost of service, when you look at her $1,490,000 of necessary revenue, that's not dissimilar to Mr. Schellinger's numbers for revenue requirements, either under uniform or system specific rates. And so with that, again, customers under Carolina Water ownership and under that revenue requirement that is in his MPS 4, you are looking at paying for what you already have. Paying for what you already have that had been paid for in a different form.
And that's offensive to you, isn't it?
As
As a matter of policy.
It's offensive in the concept that I represent the consumer interests, and to have to pay again or pay for what you already have or had been paid for defeats the concept of trying to control costs. And under that same revenue requirement for Carteret County, again, you are building a reserve, not paying necessarily entirely for what you already had because it was already paid for, but you are now building a reserve going forward. And I think that is very important when you compare the budget amount that Ms. Michal talks about, and then the revenue requirements that Mr. Schellinger calculates in MPS 4.
I'm going to go more quickly, I hope, through a few items I have. They are not in any particular order here. Do you agree that it is good in the scheme of the things we're talking about that these systems don't appear to have great needs for capital investment? That they haven't demonstrated any significant needs for big capital investment based upon
So I think the way that had been portrayed to the legislature and when this was going through the rulemaking is that the private utilities could have as access to capital to make improvements.
I'm sorry, I must not, I bet I didn't state that very well. I'm talking about, do you think it is a good thing that this system has been described as a system not in need of significant capital investment? With that, is that a thing that makes that a smarter purchase for Carolina Water?
It is good for when you're trying to weigh future rate making, but it is counter to one of the supposed benefits that Carolina Water can offer capital to make investments that otherwise hadn't been made. But Carteret County has been making the investment and has a well-maintained system.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to benefits, as the company and the county have enumerated benefits, I'd like for us to go very quickly through them. Do you agree that it is a benefit to have a rate freeze for 4 years?
Yes.
Are you aware of any other set, I'm just curious about this, any other set of customers that has guaranteed rate certainty for 4 years in the Chapter 62 world?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. Do you believe it is a benefit for these systems to be operated by a professional company that does this for a living and to whom the public staff and the commission have turned for, I'll call it emergency assistance repeatedly?
I think that Carolina Water is capable of providing compliant service. And I think that Carteret County has also shown an ability to do so.
Do you agree that assuming the acquisition proceeds and assuming the rates are frozen, that rates do not change until and unless the North Carolina Utilities Commission gives approval for a change?
Correct.
And that would be whether they change to become standalone rates or whether they became uniform rates or some other kind of paradigm that I'm not thinking of. No change unless the commission analyzes and approves.
Yes, ma'am. And that first rate case would also be when this rate base is analyzed for whether the assets are used and useful.
Excess capacity, that's right. You've made clear that the public staff's interested in that, and that too would be a thing that comes before the Utilities Commission for consideration. A range of things. I mean, everything comes before the commission for consideration in a rate case, doesn't it? In terms of analysis of prudence and investment, and it's very
Yes,
thorough.
I just want to emphasize the commission has acknowledged, and it bears repeating, that the fair value decision, a decision in the certificate does not preclude that rate base potentially being reduced for that used and useful analysis and a potential overbuilt plan adjustment. So
And so given that 4 years is 4 years, and assuming that many things can happen in 4 years, and understanding that at the proper time, the commission will have a thorough analysis of it, do you understand why the company and the company's position is that it is not, it isn't relative to conduct rigorous analysis of what rates might look like in 4 years? Because come 4 years from now, that'll be before the commission in the proper way with evidence presented that is current and that can be thoroughly challenged, and the commission will make that decision.
I'm going to need that one again, if you don't mind. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm carried away on my own question here. Do you think it's reasonable that the company's position that I'll describe is reasonable, and that position is that in 4 years, everything that Ms. Feasel talks about, that you talk about, everything having to do with rates on a current basis will be presented to the commission for its analysis and determination before there's a rate change?
That is a reasonable expectation.
Okay.
That would be the case.
1 second, please. You indicated earlier in response to Mr. Wheatley's question, Mr. Wheatley, that local government knows best. Do you agree that this local government has decided it's in its best interest to sell this system?
So I didn't represent that local government knows best. I was referring to Mr. Burns had represented that local government
knows best. Do you think local government knows best how to conduct its own business?
I fear that is a generalization. There are situations where, yes, that would be appropriate, and there are situations where it probably is not appropriate. I mean, there are systems that have been taken away, basically are run by the LGC. So I think it is a generalization.
If the fair value / rate base were decided at a much lower level than the commission decided it, well, would that affect your view of whether it's in the public interest to allow to grant a CPCN?
So the easy answer is yes, but I want to caveat that I'm not trying to relitigate fair value. If we were trying to relitigate fair value, we would have appealed it. We would have filed a motion for reconsideration. Clearly, we're capable of doing that. We found significant parts of that order with the significant endorsement from this commission in our analysis. Many of the concerns we pointed out were acknowledged and will be used in future proceedings. So yes, if the number's lower, it changes this analysis and obviously decreases the rate impact to customers and potentially does create a benefit for the existing customers and the acquired.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Reader?
Yes, an administrative question first. The public staff did have as a redirected exhibit the DR7 response that was previously came out. Having said that, it also included the initial spreadsheets that I don't know were in what was provided. I'm not suggesting it was an error or what have you. It's just not as complete. And so we're pleased to do another exhibit here, or we can file the entirety late filed, however the commission might want on that.
Yeah, I don't want any more leaflets.
Okay,
I'm fine, if you want to propose it as as an exhibit, and we can,
And that,
Yeah.
so we've got two exhibits, redirect exhibits we'd like to hand out at this time. One is that DR7, that included a response from Friday.
proceed.
Yes, sir. Or just put it in there.
Same thing.
Talk to Ms. D about it.
Presiding Commissioner Hughes, if I may, I'd like to propose these. The first is the graphs is Public Staff Redirect Exhibit 1, and then the DR response as Public Staff Redirect Exhibit 2.
Let's go ahead and put public staff panel redirect, number 1, and public staff panel redirect, number 2.
Thank you so much. Okay. Mr. Junis, you were asked a lot of really wonderful and policy questions, and Ms. Fiesel, you were asked some questions as well on finances. On this public staff panel redirect exhibit 1, Mr. Junis, this is a document you prepared and maybe had some input from Ms. Fiesel, is that correct?
I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. Is 1 the response to,
1 is here.
1 is the charts?
Yes.
All right, just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Yep.
Thanks.
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
And so you prepared this, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's an overview, really a comparison of what you were just discussing about the impact on current operations and what may occur for system-specific rates and or uniform rates. And so the first page there is your comparison, your revenue requirement comparison, is it not?
Right, and that's looking at post-rate freeze, what has been represented as the revenue requirements.
All right, then we'll go to the next page, page 2 of 6. So that's a summary of the budgets and revenue requirements. It has first Carteret County, then CDL system-specific rates, and then CWS NC uniform with Carteret. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And so Table 1, Carteret County, is based on a number of documents, including their budget documents, their audited financial reports, and the information provided by Ms. Mashaw regarding the necessary costs or budget for sustainable rates.
All right.
And then item 2, the CWS NC system specific, is directly from Mr. Schellinger's calculations on MPS 4. And the same with number 3, being the uniform with Carteret County.
All right. So the first page, again, is just a graphical representation comparison. The next is your table. And then after that, you have, you dive in a little deeper. You have 3 kind of corresponding graphs that are associated with those numbers. First, Carteret County revenue requirement, then CWS NC system specific, and then finally CWS NC uniform with Carteret County revenue.
Correct. That's just a visual illustration of the table that is page 2.
And then your final has bills and revenues comparison. That's also a projection 2023 to 2027, is it not?
Correct. And again, these are values taken directly from Schellinger's exhibit in rebuttal, which is an addendum that would normally be provided as part of the application. This is not an endorsement of those calculations, but if you were to accept them on face value, a little bit of further analysis and comparison of those values.
All right, and we'll come back to that just momentarily. Ms. Fiesel and Mr. Junis, you do also see the redirect, the panel redirect exhibit 2, the DR7 response. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if you turn over all the way to page 10 of that, it says 10 of 16. That's the verification page, signed by Denise Michaud, D. Michaud. And then beyond that, though, page 11 of 16, that's the upper left-hand corner there, I'm sorry. And then the next page, page 12 of 16, and then 13 of 16, and then the final page 14 of 16. Those are the attachments, the Excel attachments to the DR response. And then and then finally, pages 15 to 16 is the email from the county attorney, Mr. Wheatley, on Friday morning. Page 15 to 16, and then the Excel attachment for that page 16 to 16. Is that correct?
So,
Yeah.
Yes, those are as described. I think we're still missing one of the spreadsheets, and I believe it's in response to question 1D, which is the water rates projection with that 40% increase.
All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Well, let's go back then to your exhibit, panel exhibit 1. And you were asked a lot of questions about public interest, about this proceeding vis-a-vis or in relation to the other proceeding. This proceeding is a companion proceeding, but the determination by the commission here is a distinct in its own decision, is it not?
Yes, so these are two separate proceedings. If not, then this would have already been decided and we wouldn't be here today.
And it's similar to what Commissioner Clodfelter asked in the last proceeding, is whether this is a good transaction at any price. Is that correct?
Yes.
And overall, just to finalize the point, you were asked questions about some case law in North Topsail. You were asked questions about the fair value statute, but the decisions that relate to public convenience and necessity by the North Carolina Supreme Court, by this commission, to the extent that it wants to take judicial notice of them, it doesn't say that public convenience and necessity, there's an exception for fair value. It still has to meet that standard, does it not?
Correct.
And all right, so let's talk broadly, if we can, about convenience and necessity, and the public interest. Okay. Now, for the Carteret County customers who are of course, and this is the first such transaction in the state, who have a local system, who have been paying into a system, and you've talked about it, how they're going to pay for it again, but they won't own it when they pay for it again, will they?
No, I mean, this would be Carolina Water's asset that they are going to make a return on. They are financing and will potentially spread costs across. But I think this is best shown, if you like numbers, page 2, if you like a chart, page 1 of that redirect exhibit 1, where when you look at Carteret County costs of service, over the next 5 years, based on their budget documents, based on Ms. Mishaw's projected increase and their audited financials, and you compare that to what Mr. Schellinger has calculated, when you look at that, the county total over the 5 years, which is roughly 6.8 million, and then you look at the CWSNC uniform with Carteret, that total, and this is, specific to that group of customers, but under these scenarios, it's also right around or at $6.8 million. Now, what do you pay for and what do you get? All right, the county calculations, assumptions include, a $370,000, essentially a savings deposit or reserve on an annual basis. So you're going to build nearly $1.5 million to invest in the future into this system. Alternatively, under the CWSNC ownership, you have an equity expense of nearly $2.5 million that would be built into rates. That is significant. Now, again, we're talking about revenue requirements, and this doesn't necessarily tie in the rate freeze. And I get it. I totally acknowledge that the rate freeze is a benefit, but it's a temporary benefit. And that is shown on page 6, where basically I take the average monthly bill per ERC, again, straight from Mr. Schellinger. I'm not trying to argue. We're in the ballpark when we're talking about rate impact. We're in the same neighborhood. It's how we're interpreting the benefits that go along with those costs. I think is the biggest point of contention here. And I will acknowledge right now, there is a benefit to that rate freeze when you look at CWSNC proposed rolling. Look at the reduction in the total revenue. So this is the bottom row of the bottom table on page 6 of 6. That total, assuming that this is accurate and using those averages per ERC, is 5.4 million. If you are under system specific rates over those 5 years, those customers will, at least in concept, would have to pay $8.1 million. I recognize there's a benefit in the freeze, but it's that then going forward, the county can keep its costs lower, even at, and I totally disagree with this projection of a 40% increase in 2024 and then subsequent 2.4% increases. Those are applied to the entirety of the cost of service for the county. And I'm referring to that rate description in the second row of the first table. And then that is quantified on an annual revenue basis in the second row of the service revenues, the bottom table. When you go from 6147 to 8606 and so on, that's a bad assumption. You don't apply inflation to all your costs. Do you apply inflation to debt costs that are already set? You have debt terms. You pay a certain principal, you pay an interest amount. That is scheduled out into the future, which is, again, captured on page 2 when you look at debt, principal, and interest. But when you look at debt costs for Carolina Water, you have annual depreciation, debt, and equity expense. And I know I'm jumping around a little bit here, but I think it's worth highlighting these portions of these schedules. Look at the annual depreciation expense, look at the debt cost, look at the equity expense. The debt cost, which is only interest, I'm not talking about principal payments, is in the neighborhood of, it ranges because it goes down over time as you're determining the undepreciated balance, $200,000 to $174,000. That's in the ballpark of the principal and the interest that Carteret County's paying. So if those two costs match, well, then you have a depreciation expense and an equity expense that combined are in the $750,000 neighborhood. Those costs aren't in the county budget. Those are costs tied to Carolina Water or private utility ownership. And so that's the question here is, what are you paying for? There's a big difference here when you're looking at analogous revenue requirements or budget amounts.
So Mr. Jennings, just on page 1 here, again, your summary, the first column, it shows that there's no equity expense there, by the way. That's Carteret County. They don't have to pay an equity expense there. They've got, they're saving a fair amount of funds here, right? And then they have some debt, lower cost debt, but it's there. They have operating expenses as well. And then the revenue, they have either in some instances a loss, but it's close to break even, is it not?
I'm sorry.
Well, I guess explain. So I guess I was trying to compare or again, the first column, Carteret County, they're saving, the gray piece there is their savings, correct?
Correct. When you're looking at 2027, this all ties to the very next page in the table.
right.
That it's $370,000 represented by Ms. Michelle.
That's right. All right. And then you go to the next column and you've got that includes Carolina Water, and they've got an even larger equity expense there. Is that correct?
Correct. So there's an equity expense of $477,000.
And then you have the same in the third as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. And I will say one assumption tied with the uniform with Carteret is this reduction of non-incremental expenses. One of the items that Mr. Schellinger includes is corporate allocations. Well, I would represent to you that corporate allocations are by customer. And so when you add, let's say 1,200 customers, well, then corporate at the highest level between its state subsidiaries is going to allocate its corporate costs to the state level. And so that is not an incremental that you can just cut out, that it's going to be shared with the other state customers and you don't get any bump up. No. Forex shares those costs on a per customer basis. So I don't agree that that would be a reduction or a non-incremental cost. So there are flaws in this analysis, but just to accept it on its face for comparison and what you get for what you're paying for is the main focus here.
All right. So just to close the loop on existing customers, the existing customers have a lower debt expense, do they not?
Yes.
They don't have an equity expense. Is that correct?
Correct.
And they're currently saving. They're putting money into the fund. Is that correct?
They would be under this 2027 scenario. That's accepting Ms. Mishaw's representation of what is necessary going forward for budgeting purposes.
And in terms of the loan, where they are in terms of, they've got two fairly sizable loans. They are close to paying off one of those loans here in several years. And then of course the USDA one is a longer duration. So they're very close to not only owning this more, but they have to, one of the changes here is that the company's going to depreciate it less. I mean, have a longer duration. You know, it's going to be largely paid for here coming up.
Correct. So in terms of benefits that the county can provide to customers, the majority of the SRF loan will be paid back. Actually, the entirety will be paid back as of 2026. So that's where you see a reduction in the principal and interest costs. They will have an outstanding revenue bond through the USDA. Those costs are currently sort of a roll-in, and then they will increase starting in 2028. But it's also something that the county may consider paying off early. Is there a benefit to paying off a principal of $906,000 to avoid interest costs of over $400,000? That's a decision for the county to make, but we have captured this representation of their true costs of service in this table and chart.
All right, let's go to Carolina Water customers if we can. There's a lot of, there certainly was a lot of testimony, rebuttal testimony on subsidization. But one of the things that in terms of benefits is whether the cost of this transaction will be borne by customers all across the state, is it not?
So you're kind of talking about the claimed economies of scale. I think that does come into question when you start removing some of these non-incremental expenses. For example, the corporate allocation concern. I don't think that actually is going to go away as simply as Mr. Schellinger has calculated. And if these customers get rolled in, you are pushing a higher cost of service system with lower density on average and higher rate base than on average. So if many of the factors, scale, expense, and capital are all working against you in comparison to the average CWS customer, then I would suggest that will negatively impact the CWS average customer.
All right, now let's go on to, you were asked questions about the hardship fund and whether, various questions. The rationale, can you discuss a moment more in terms of the rationale behind the hardship fund in terms of protecting customers and how that fits into your notion of what's in the public interest?
So, I mean, the concept is how do you sort of offset some of this rate impact and protect these customers? And so this is truly an attempt to think outside the box and try to provide solutions. I could have simply kept my testimony to deny, but I'm trying to get us to something that can protect and benefit these customers, not just Carteret County being transferred, but Carolina Water's existing customers. Sometimes you gotta test out some ideas, and that's what we're trying to do here. And I think it was prompted to some degree from that sub 398 proceeding.
There was a reference to a hardship fund in, or something to that effect in the sub 398 order. Is that correct? At least one reference.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you're aware that companies voluntarily, parties voluntarily in other proceedings have decided, even when they're not required necessarily, to agree to mitigate impacts on customers. And is that correct?
Yes. I mean, the rate freeze is an example. I guess Carolina Water could have walked away from this deal when the fair value was set at 8.4 million, because they're paying 9.5. And so, but that number is still not palatable for customers.
Let's talk a little bit about the county part of this, though. You obviously got some questions from the county, and they're party to this transaction. The county could agree to set aside funds here for the benefit of those existing customers, could it not?
Objection. No legal basis for the county to set money aside for private purposes like that.
Let him answer the question.
So, I mean, it is interesting that Mr. Burns represents that the general fund is distinct and separate from the water fund, but in the same breath suggests that the general fund and the rest of the county have been supporting this system. So I think that's something they need to reconcile with, but conceptually, I think it is feasible.
All right. And then with respect to something like that, one of the reasons why we're here, obviously, is the county wants to sell, has come forward to sell the system, and but yet they've said they didn't want to do the hardship. They in the process, they're asking, are they not asking this commission to do a number of things that they're not themselves willing to do? They say that they're, this commission can better protect their folks than they can. This commission can monitor rates better than they can. How do you respond to that?
Well, I mean,
Objection. I don't believe that's what we said.
I said it effectively said.
I withdraw. the
Or-
objection.
or-
Yeah.
Can we agree the objection? Go ahead.
all right. Can you repeat the question? I got lost in the excitement there.
All right.
Sorry.
I think, right, the county's indicated that they're not going to do a hardship fund. They've indicated that they,
Objection. They've indicated that they have given you information where there are hardship funds available. It said they're not going to do it. It said there's no legal justification to take money out and put it in their state that we know of.
let me rephrase the question if I can. The commission, excuse me, the county contends that there's no legal basis to set up a hardship fund that you have recommended. The county has indicated that this commission can protect customers better than they can. How do you square that with the fact that the county, who's a party to this proceeding, is asking this commission to protect customers in a way that it says it can't do itself?
Yeah, I mean, it's a confusing position and it's somewhat contradictory when it talks about they've been unable to include in the user charges sufficient revenues to support the capital fund, but then also say they're not governed by any rate change restrictions and could raise the rates each month if necessary. But then go on to say, in fact, the customers are more protected from rate increases from a private utility company than they would be from a locally owned utility. So it's a lot to try to process, but ultimately I think they do have the discretion to not only set appropriate rates that cover their costs, but to also control what they are charging and its costs to mitigate the impact to customers and protect them best. Because again, this commission has a bunch of wisdom and a bunch of authority, but its powers are limited to some degree with regards to rate making, while the county represents that they sort of have unwielded power.
I've just got some final questions if I can. And these are a little in different spots. And on the questioning of y'all today, one of the questions came up about service. Now, there's a contract operator right now, and that's Carolina Water Service. And so the service is not being improved by the nature of this transaction, is it? I mean, the service will not change.
I would say no in the temporary now. It's hard to predict the future of whether this deal doesn't go through. Does Carolina Water reconsider that arrangement? But ultimately, the county had compliant service before engaging Carolina Water. So I think they have a proven record of an ability to do so. And it was convenient in the short term for both parties for this current operations arrangement.
Those were the questions that I had with respect to the testimony and your redirect exhibit, and then to clarify on the data response. But that is the full data response. But you were referencing, I'm talking about DR7. You were referencing another response. Is that correct?
So DR1, the response to 1D says the calculations, assumptions, and supporting documentation for projected increase of 40%. Please see this water rates projection spreadsheet. I don't see that spreadsheet in this packet, so I think it would be worthwhile to make sure that this is a complete representation, and as such, possibly a late filed exhibit just to correct it.
Yeah, that is the one with the $1,490,000 projected expenses.
All right. Thank you. No more questions.
Okay, commission questions? Okay, we got quite a few from the staff, so let's go ahead and try to get through as many of these as we can. The company witness Schellinger provides table 1 on page 3 of his rebuttal testimony, which shows the company's understanding regarding the proper way to account for this fair value transaction on its books. Are you there with me?
Yeah, table 1 on page 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does the public staff agree with the accounting set forth in the Schellinger table 1? For either one of you.
I'm fine with how they categorize into different utility accounts. The main issue is just the depreciation rate difference.
Okay, so the character is, so.
Yeah, I'm fine with how they categorize that.
Okay, it's just the depreciation, okay. Are you aware of any guidance, GAAP or NARUC specific to acquisitions governed by fair value statutes?
That I cannot exactly recite what it shows on the NARUC, but basic concept is just the PAA purchase acquisition adjustment is the difference between the purchase price versus the net plant value, which including the gross plant cost minus the cumulative depreciation.
Okay. Is it specific to fair values statutes?
I do not recall it's saying fair value, but I think if the commission proved fair value to be that, we consider that as a total, and we can calculate the PAA based on the total amount.
Okay. Did you reference any other NARUC uniform system of accounts guidance other than pages 19 to 20 and pages 59 to 60 noted by witness Schellinger on page 3 of his rebuttal testimony?
There are about 200 pages for the NARUC, so I don't remember, like, to be more specific, I will try my best to see if I can answer the question, but no, I don't remember specifically.
Do you agree with the company's proposed accounting method of determining depreciation, including with respect to amortization of the acquisition adjustment? If not, why not?
Okay, we do not, so in our testimony, we have a depreciation rate of 4%. Later on, I can defer to witness Junis to see why he decides for 4% for the total 8 million fair value account. But in my interpretation for the fair value, that 8.2 million includes the net plant value plus the PAA plus the due diligence fees. I considered all of that as a whole group that it is related to the Carteret County system. And when we depreciate it, in order to have everything, including plant, PAA, and due diligence, depreciate the same time, and when we fully depreciate everything, every component stop at the same time, we believe it is a more reasonable method to have the same rate for the PAA and due diligence to go with the plant. But I would defer to Junis to say why we decide a 4% rate.
So I'll take a line from Ms. Sanford in that, this is all going to be looked at if approved in a future rate case. You're potentially looking at a depreciation study that may modify some of these depreciation rates because the company has not completed a depreciation study in multiple rate cases from my memory. Also, there is a disagreement over, there is a use of county accounting records, but an avoidance of CIAC. If you factor in CIAC, the balance is reduced significantly, and then you're looking at a majority of this rate base amount being an acquisition adjustment. as opposed to Mr. Schellinger, I think has it at about a $3 million acquisition adjustment. And so then when we were evaluating, well, what is the reasonable estimated life of these assets going forward? That's where it was my testimony representing that 25 years would be a reasonable expectation going forward. And that's why we used the 4% on the entirety of the $8.7 million number. Because again, we're just trying to estimate the impact in this proceeding. And our numbers, if you look really at the detail of the depreciation expense and the returns, the values are very, very close.
Let me also make a little supplemental comments. On Mr. Schellinger's schedule, there is one supporting document to calculate the depreciation. So they list the life from the Carter County, the lives from the Rook, and the life from Carolina Water. As I recall, the life from the Narook is about 20 years for two of them and 20, 30, 40 years for another three of them. So the Narook rate or the Narook life is very close to what the Carter County already do. And our estimated life is also close to the Narook rate.
Okay. Got it. I think you answered this, but if you have anything else to add about the public staff's determination of a 4% depreciation rate for the acquired assets and a 4% rate for the amortization.
Again, we're looking at essentially that sum as a whole when looking at the acquisition adjustment and any remaining undepreciated balance of plan on the county's books. And so we're trying to go forward with those estimated lives. The county was using 30 years, and so a majority of these assets are down to, I think they were going to be fully depreciated in the entirety in 9 years. So we have taken a tempered approach, but the Carolina Water, by using its uniform depreciation rates, extends some of these plant assets out to a life of 100 years. And we're just not comfortable with that as a reasonable expectation of the estimated life going forward.
Are there any physical characteristics of the county's systems that are different from the company's water systems that would warrant consideration by the commission of a different ongoing depreciation rate for the acquired systems than the company's currently approved depreciation rates? I think you might have answered it, but go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, so that is this calculus, and you know, it's engineers' discretion here in terms of what is a reasonable life when you're considering multiple different assets at potentially different stages, but overall are in good condition. So,
Okay. Witness Challenger states on page 5, line 11 of his rebuttal testimony. Sure, you need to find it, but that the commission has complete discretion to set the depreciation rates in the proceeding. Can the public staff provide example dockets in which the commission has approved the new owner's depreciation rates for the transferred assets?
one more time on the tail end portion of that.
Are you aware, is the public staff aware of past dockets where the commission has approved the new owner's depreciation rates, what's been proposed by the owner as the rates for the transferred assets?
I do not remember from the top of my head.
I don't recall off the top of my head. I am familiar with some transfers where essentially the acquisition adjustment has been set anywhere between, 25, 30, 3.3%, which would be 33 years. So the commission has taken discretion on that aspect, but in terms of the remaining assets, whether they were treated as part of that, I don't recall, but I think we would be happy to provide that in a very brief late filed exhibit or briefing, just to give examples of dockets where that has occurred.
Okay, we'll take you up on that offer.
All right, I'll write that one down.
Okay, another familiar one, but let's get this on record. Does the commission need to determine the appropriate depreciation rates in this proceeding? Or can this determination be made in Carolina Water's next general rate case proceeding if the CPCN is approved?
This can be determined in the next rate case.
Witness Tunis, on page 36 of your testimony, you present rate impacts in a table 2. Clarify what the estimate of future uniform rates of $81.08 portrays. Does this calculation include the Carteret County customers in the Carolina Water Uniform Rate Division?
Give me 1 second. I had a work paper that I thought was handy. Stack here.
And where we're well, I'll wait. I'll tell you where. Let me keep going with the sentence when you find it.
Found it.
Okay, so it's a multi-part question. First off, just tell us, clarify what that 8108 portrays. And then does that lead in to, is it your testimony that Carolina Water's uniform rate customers' average monthly bill would increase from $74.68 to $81.08 if the acquired customers are included in Carolina Water's uniform rate division?
So this is looking at, yes, if they're rolled in, when you're looking at, and it's Schellinger's testimony that talks about, okay, after you get through the 3-year rate period in sub 400, what would be the rate increase that's going to be asked for when you're looking at rate year 5? And so he assumed a 5% increase. And then what I added was the $2.67, which is referenced on it's the magnitude of the rate base impact on uniform customers. And so that's on page 34 of my testimony, line 8. So when you take end of multi-year rates, again, consistent with Schellinger, he said 5% increase assumed in the first year of a future rate case. And then I'm rolling in the rate base impact of the fair value decision after depreciation. So going 5 years forward, of $2.67 and getting that average bill of $81.08.
Okay. Thanks for that. Again, this one's for you. On page 22 of your testimony, lines 1 to 6, you discuss that the county's present rates are sufficient to cover its costs during the 12-month period ending 6/30/2022. Is it your testimony that the monthly rate of $63.91 included in the first line of your table 2 on page 36 is sufficient for the county to recover its costs?
So it was sufficient. So that is in audited financials that the net income was roughly $43,000. There is this projection that Mr. Wheatley presented to me and was emailed to us, I think it was like Friday of last week, that projects what their costs have been for the fiscal year 2023. I have yet to confirm those amounts, and I don't think they're finalized, being it that it's projected. So to say that it covers its costs today, I can't definitively say that, but it has in the past.
Witness Eunice, County Witness Ms. Shaw addresses in her rebuttal testimony on page 2, I'm not sure you're going to need to find this, but that's where it is, that if the Board of Commissioners does not levy a special water district ad valorem tax, the county would have to raise rates by 40%. What is the public staff's response to witness Ms. Shaw's rebuttal testimony? What is the sustainable monthly rate for the county systems?
So I would disagree with that representation of 40%. Number one, that's not what they did yesterday in establishing rates effective July 1. So if there was a need and they had this discretion to set rates, I'm surprised that they didn't do so. But also that 40% increase, which is supported by a schedule that says, 1.49 million. That includes a debt cost, a principal and an interest, but it includes this $370,000 contribution to the capital fund. And that's where I'm talking about, if you want to build a reserve, you can do that, but that is atypical of how they've been operating. And then there's a $100,000 contract amount, which I think Ms. Fiesel called into question. So we have concern about those amounts being substantiated to support a 40% increase. But in our analysis, trying to at least consider that, I incorporated those numbers for comparison purposes in what I believe is redirect Exhibit 1.
Okay, and does that include a sustainable monthly rate for the county systems? Do you have that?
So it's a moving target. Given that Carolina Water is currently doing contract ops, if they're going to employ full-time employees of their own, if we can give you a sustainable rate amount, as long as we're agreeable on, well, what are the assumptions here? Is it continued contract ops? Is it full-time employees? Are we going to build a reserve? Are we just going to cover their actual principal and debt costs? It's up to some discretion. I'm happy to make those, decide on some assumptions and provide that as a link file.
We don't need that. Thank you. Good answer. I mean, we had a clear answer. County Witness Burns states in item 3 of his rebuttal testimony that if the county were to continue operating the system, a combination of substantial rates and tax increases would result impacting the customers on a greater scale than if the system were acquired by a private utility company. What is the public staff's response to Witness Burns' rebuttal testimony on this issue?
It's another one that's hard to substantiate. It's a big claim, but we're just not seeing the support for it. And I will note, in terms of sustainable rates, as part of being identified as a distressed system, they're supposed to do an asset assessment, but they're also supposed to do a rate study. I'd be curious of what the status of that rate study is. And you may be familiar with an organization that previously provides services to help with rate studies called the UNCEFC. So I'm not sure if they've engaged with them either.
Thank you for that. Another one for you. Beginning on page 10 of Carolina Witnesses Schellinger's rebuttal testimony, he discusses rate impacts. Witness Schellinger has set forth comparisons in his rebuttal exhibit, MPS-4, the monthly customer bills in 3 scenarios, including showing rate impacts of including the Carteret County customers in Carolina Water's Uniform Rate Division. On page 12, line 12 to 15, Witness Schellinger testifies that based on these calculations, Carolina Water concludes that Carolina Water's uniform water customers would benefit from the acquisition of the county system. What is your response?
So that's, again, part of this analysis that we do not agree with. And some of the flaws that we've identified are that those non-incremental expenses, such as the corporate allocation, the rate base impact, how does spreading across an average customer rate base that is higher not net into a cost to existing customers, just sort of defies logic for me personally.
And also for the MPS-4 from the math exhibit on line 50 that shows their calculated estimated rate for Carolina Water Uniform Water customers when the Carter County is rolled in. In year 5, it's $77.58, which is higher than the standalone rate. So that represents roll-in rate does not benefit Carolina Water Uniform customers.
This one's for you, actually. You can, Witness Fiesel. On page 13 to 14 of Witness Schellinger's rebuttal testimony, he requests that the commission set the amortization of the due diligence costs at 2.5% and place them in an organization plant account similar to the public staff's recommendation for the Riverbend and Silverton acquisitions. Does the public staff agree with Witness Schellinger's request? I think we know the
No.
answer to that, but
We
could you
actually-
explain?
Okay. We use 4% amortization rate. That rate including due diligence fees. We recommend that because we consider that net fund from the Carter County and the purchase acquisition adjustment and the due diligence as a whole that is approved by the commission in a total amount of $8.2 million. And that the plant PAA and due diligence as whole can be depreciated at the same time, and when they are fully depreciated, they can be fully depreciated at the same time. So I would think that it is more reasonable to use the same rate for due diligence, which is 4%.
Okay, thank you. Okay, one more question and then see if we can get this. You have asked the commission to condition the CPCN on either, one, the county agreeing to hold the proceeds of the sale in a trust for the system customers in a hardship fund, or two, subsidized customer bills, or two, that the proceeds should be credited to Carolina Water as a reduction in rate base to offset the impacts of the system specific rates. Are you aware of any proceeding in which the commission has done something similar? And do you have a basis for suggesting
So
we have authority, the commission has authority to place such restrictions on the county's use of proceeds?
I think this was a question by Wheatley to early in this.
I think you can address the number 2 part, that about the proceeds should be credited to Carolina as a reduction.
I think it can be done. I mean, it's the concept of essentially CIAC. Again, this takes either a voluntary act by the county or the belief that the commission has the authority. I do not have a definitive legal reference for that authority.
Okay. Well, I think this is going to be a good breaking spot. That's our questions, unless are there? Okay, we're going to go ahead and take a lunch break. We'll be back here at 2 o'clock sharp. Okay. announcement slash request. A couple commissioners had some conflicts that they couldn't rearrange. Commissioner Brown Land, it looks like might miss some of the next hour, but will be back with us. And depending on what happens today, hope it's not an issue, but there is some conflicts beyond a certain time today. So I just wanted to see if it was okay with the parties to, if they would watch and read in and
Yes.
still participate, if it's all right with you.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, great. Well, I believe the commissioner to my left had a question.
Mr. Junis, I have a few for you. And I've been listening to your testimony and the panel's testimony, and I'm trying to get a grasp on exactly what the public staff's objection is. And when I think I have it, it slips away from me. So I've got to ask a couple of questions just to see if I can figure out the basis for the position. So I want to do that by using some hypotheticals. Okay. Let me start with this one. Let's just assume all the facts are the way they are right now, with one change in the facts. And the change is that the county financed this entire system through the issuance of debt, and that debt is still outstanding in full. It hasn't been amortized. Would that make any difference in the public staff's position on this transaction?
It does not change the dollar for dollar comparison. Does it change the magnitude of the potential benefit or harm here? It would, but I don't think it changes our final recommendation.
Say how it changes it, the magnitude.
So in terms of the magnitude of the harm, if you've already been paying for, well, I'm glad you asked that, because ultimately it doesn't change it, because if you paid for it or you didn't, you're now having to pay for it either for the first time or the second time. Either way, you shouldn't have to pay for it this go around. And so our recommendation would not change.
So even if what happens was the county just took the purchase price proceeds and simply paid off the debt, that wouldn't change your position.
I mean, it changes the possibility of how much of this could be passed back as a benefit or protection to customers, but doesn't change our ultimate recommendation.
All right, I think then, based on that answer, I'm going to ask you a second hypothetical, but I think I know your answer based on what you've just told me. But let me try, because again, I'm trying to figure out what it is that's really wrong with this transaction from the public staff standpoint. Let's assume all the facts are the way they are right now, except this changes. And let's assume that under the federal and state programs that provided the funding for this system, there were the rules of those programs required clawbacks, so that if the system were ever sold, those grants had to be repaid. Would that change the public staff's position?
Doesn't change our position. I will say,
Didn't
just
think so.
added context on both of those scenarios. Obviously, the county would not net as large of a proceed, and so then it would call into question whether they would have done this transaction.
Well, I'm assuming they would have done it. That's what the facts I ask you to assume are that everything else is the same.
Fair enough.
All right, then let me go to this one, and this I think is the one that really will sort of flesh out where we are. Is let's make the following assumption. So we've got a water system or a sewer system, doesn't matter. A water system in this case that's owned by a local government entity, and therefore it doesn't have to earn or pay a return on equity, and it's not rate regulated by this commission or by anybody else. And let's assume that its value for purposes of the purchase transaction, that the purchase price is any number in excess of the net book value of the assets of the system. It doesn't matter. It's just $1 or $1 million or $10 million. It's north of the net book value of the assets of the system. Let's make that assumption. Now they want to sell it to a privately owned utility that's rate regulated by the commission.
Mm-hmm.
Assume also that the system is operationally sound, in compliance with all laws and regulations, and not in need of any major capital improvements. Are there any circumstances under that hypothetical in which the public staff would find that the public convenience and necessity is served by that transfer? Any circumstances? And if so, what are they?
I mean, in that scenario, I just want to make sure I understand. You correct me if I've misunderstood. Essentially, it's the same or better scenario here in that there is little to no benefit associated with that additional cost. And if you can't offset the cost and exceed that cost or match it either in quantifiable or non-quantifiable benefits to customers, then I would say we would oppose it.
Well,
But
tell me what kinds of benefits, quantifiable or unquantifiable benefits, would, in the public staff's view, offset the incremental costs?
I mean, quality of service, but they provide adequate service here.
Quality of service. What other kinds of benefits?
Yeah. I mean, access to capital is certainly a consideration. The county has shown that they have had access to capital when necessary and actually built a system that I think otherwise wouldn't have been built without those funds.
So if we had a local government owner that was having trouble accessing the capital markets, had credit issues, and the local government commission was all on their case, that would be a circumstance in which you would find the transaction warranted.
Yes, sir.
Are there any others?
I mean, I'm sure there are, and I'm glad you gave me this opportunity. I just wish I had prepared for it better.
Again, I'm just trying to find out what's the basis
Yeah.
of the real opposition here.
No, and I mean, this speaks to, I mean, these are the type of questions that are asked in an acquisition adjustment case. You know, what are all these considerations that could speak to either costs or benefits to the transaction? And I mean, those are the primary two. When you get into, okay, staffing, okay, the technical, managerial, and financial capabilities and expertise. I think they have those or have had those and can acquire them going forward. And so I think they, in this case, and I guess in the analysis of any case, those would be considerations of,
Finish your answer.
and you know, I think it goes into what do you need going forward? There just isn't a clear need that the county has that they can't fulfill, as opposed to Carolina Water could.
So is it fair then, I thank you for that answer. I think it does help me. Is it fair then that the public staff's position is that a purchase or a transfer at a price in excess of net book value of the assets is not going to be warranted in the public convenience and necessity unless there's some trouble in the selling system? Financial, operational, environmental, quality, or otherwise, unless there's some difficulties or problems in the present system. Is that the public staff's position?
Based on my understanding, yes.
I think I've got it. Thank you.
I'm glad we could clear that up, and I apologize for the confusion before that.
I just need to get
Commissioner Duffy.
So I have a follow-up to that though, because I mean, couldn't there be benefits that sway it in the other way? So there does not have to be all of this trouble. I mean, there could be positive benefits that are brought out other than service quality.
All right. I love your guys' questions today. You're really testing me here. And this is my favorite part, honestly, in this whole process is really the melting of the minds and coaxing out the solutions here. And you guys do a great job of it. And so with that, okay, if that, let's say it's a low cost system. All right. So let's say that book value is really low and it doesn't need improvements. That system has great economies of scale. And now you're going to attempt to share those economies of scale. And is there a way by paying above book value to still share that with the other customers, but not harm those customers that you're selling? I think there are ways to where the numbers may come out to do that. And again, the benefits would have to match or exceed, and ideally exceed, the costs in that scenario. Does that answer your question?
Yes, yes, it's an answer. So, and then just switching, I was doing a follow-up to Commissioner Clodfelter's. You talk about this hardship fund, and you know, the county's position is there's no legal requirement for the county to create this fund. But are you aware of, I mean, has there been any offering of any type of talk of voluntarily doing this to have the CPCN go through?
To my knowledge, there has not been, and you know, like I said, there's varying magnitudes of how that could be done. Obviously, with different levels of benefit or protection to the customers. You know, there is a lot of putting up boundaries. You know, this belongs in this bucket, this belongs in this bucket, and you can't share from those buckets. And so with that water fund, if that is a fund that is dedicated to those water customers and they have potentially contributed to that fund, why wouldn't that then be distributed to mitigate the rate impact of being sold? Because otherwise, it's my understanding that $1 million is going to be clawed into the general fund along with the $9.5 million purchase price. Is that fair to those customers?
Okay, those are all my questions.
Commissioner McKissick?
Just a couple of questions, and I guess what I'd like you to do is take a look at this exhibit. I think it's exhibit number 1, the public staff panel redirect exhibit 1. And on page 2, I just want to seek some clarification of what the chart is displaying or depicting. If we look first underneath Carteret County, and we go across where it talks the line dealing with debt, principal, and interest, it's referred to. Of course, I think you said during your testimony there were 2 loans that were outstanding at this time. And according to this flow chart, it looks like in 2023 there's $230,079, and then it's a declining amount that goes all the way up to 2026. And then I suppose what's occurring here is in 2026, one of those loans is paid off, and in 2027, it's only $44,660 that's left in that line as shown. Am I interpreting that correctly?
Yes, sir. So that information, as the footnote calls out, comes from their financial reporting, which is essentially audited financial statements, where on pages, I believe it's 75 and 76, they lay out, okay, this is what we owe and are scheduled to pay in principal and interest on that SFR loan through 2026. And then the remaining amount is payments back on the revenue bond through the USDA. And that's the amount in 2027. And I will acknowledge that when you go farther than 5 years out, that amount increases in that USDA to approximately, I think it bumps up significantly to a principal payment of $120,000 and an interest payment of almost $4,000. Now, and that's where I commented, you have a principal of $906,000 total. You are going to pay interest at $437,000. If you have funds in that water fund that could be used to pay off your liabilities, this would be one that I would suggest paying off before you have to pay those escalators in the interest costs.
Okay. And if we go further down, it has the line that says savings deposit. And you show that in 2024 at $370,000. Where was that number derived from?
So the $370,000 is pulled from Meshaw's response to DR7, and that is the water rates projection spreadsheet that has been somewhat elusive in providing the exhibit.
But it's, the way this is depicted, it looks like by 2027, the cumulative total that would have been accumulated is about $1,480,000. Is that right?
Correct. I'm trying to project out what Ms. Meshaw represented would be necessary going forward for rates.
Okay. And it's anticipated that fund would continue to grow moving forward.
That would be my understanding, yes.
And I assume those funds theoretically might be used to pay off any debt early.
Yeah, a multitude of options. You could pay off debt early. You could make necessary repairs or investment that pops up. This is obviously an industry with many assets underground, and so you don't necessarily see what's coming next.
Okay. Now, under the line cost of service revenues, what was anticipated when this, in terms of the figures that are shown here as depicted?
Yeah, so this was a direct line from their budgeted amount. I will say for one example is like the Verizon contract, I believe they get paid a certain amount for those tower.
I got you.
But again, this is from Miss Meshaw, and I'm just trying to use her numbers so then there's not disagreement. Like, how can I get in trouble if I just take your numbers off your page?
All right. Now, moving down to the system specific, I guess I call section 2 here. You show debt interest only beginning in 2023, going all the way over to 2027. And it looks like the cumulative total is $935,828.09. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then for equity expenses, you show that beginning in 2023, but the amount is declining from 554 down to about 477,033.39, for a cumulative total of $2,566,092.26. Now, those are expenses that basically you would not have if you were Carteret County, except for the amount that might be attributable to, I guess, the debt. Is that right?
Right. So this annual depreciation, the debt cost of interest, and the equity expense of a potential return at 9.8% are all associated with the fair value and the allowable fees. So the $8.7 million number, while in comparison, the county's debt, you have an amount to be paid off in 26, and then you have roughly $1 million principal to pay off in the USDA revenue bond. So yeah, there's a drastic difference there. Again, these numbers all tie to Mr. Schellinger's MPS 4. And so these equity calculations are his equity calculations. They're his debt costs and depreciation.
So it looks here as if the debt and the equity combined together come to about 3.5 million.
Yes, sir.
And there is no savings deposit as there was when Carteret County was I guess in the tabulations related to Carteret County.
Right. And I think Ms. Meshaw referred to the savings deposit as a contribution to the capital fund or to the capital reserve, but we can agree to disagree on the terminology.
And if you go down to where there's rather than system specific rates, yes, those that would be generally for uniform for all of Carolina Water. It looks like the numbers underneath the debt, interest only, and equity still remain at about that 3.5 million. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. So that's where the difference between those two amounts, the significant change is those non-incremental expenses that Mr. Schellinger makes an adjustment in line 37 of his MPS 4.
Got it. And I know back when we had the fair market proceeding, I asked a question at one point about whether any of the funds that come to Carteret County for grant funds and things like that would have to be repaid, or there was a clawback, not unlike what Commissioner Clodfelter just asked. At that time, they indicated they did not know and had not made any inquiries. Have you received any information since that time as to whether any of those funds have to be repaid or if they're kind of a clawback provision?
So it is my understanding they do not have to pay those. I've had conversations with DWI about this very issue, and their understanding was the same, that given the history, the age here of that investment and the reimbursement, that they would not have to pay it back. It would be potentially different if you were to sell a system while trying to complete a project, or you were awarded funds and you were getting reimbursement, then it gets complicated. But it's my understanding, given the history here, they would not have to pay them back. The grants, the loans, you still have to pay back
Yeah.
unless the principal were to be forgiven.
But the grants, you would not have to repay it at all.
Correct.
And I take it that's one of the reasons public staff believes that a hardship fund ought to be created.
That is part of the reason, given the proceeds taken here and the rate impact of the fair value, that it would be appropriate to create that hardship fund or some sort of protection or mitigation of the impact of this transaction.
And other than the hardship fund, are there any other concepts that have come to your mind or the minds of others in the public staff as to how to address that issue?
So I do offer sort of two options, a hardship fund, so something that customers could request as the need becomes apparent, or a direct contribution to offset rate base by the county. But again, it is likely dependent on that being a voluntary action.
Got it. I think that addresses the concerns I had, and I just want to make certain I was interpreting your exhibit accurately. So I don't have any further questions at this time.
Commissioner Kimmerer?
And Mr. Testimony and answers to questions. My question is going to be acquisition, because this is. I thought it was on. This is on. I think it's discussed on 27 and 20. Excuse me, 27 through 29 of your testimony. And I think with the understanding of all, so this is the case of works and practice. So I think that the way that they would consider and analyze the CPCN after value factor. And so my question is about public staff's application of the criteria for acquisition adjustment, the CPCN. Because my understanding is that acquisition adjustment would be generally granted when you're determining what the rate base would be based upon response. If the purchase price exceeds rate base, you potentially could establish the rate base at a higher purchase price rather than book value because of situations like a public system like the Rebuttal. But we've already determined purchase price and this case. So I think that what the public staff is asking us to do is to apply the criteria acquisition adjustment now not to what the rate base is, but instead to the CPCN. So I think that's something different than what we've ever done. Is that the way you look at it as well?
Yeah, I mean, the determination of the fair value and the CPCN is sort of disjointed from, I think, normally a transfer proceeding or even just a standalone CPCN proceeding where you'd sort of be doing both at the same time. And you'd be potentially determining an acquisition adjustment on the basis that you are approving or granting that certificate. You look at 62-110, you have a certificate of public convenience and necessity without obtaining from the commission. It gets sort of complicated in that there's already somebody serving the public convenience and necessity to some degree here. While it's not a transfer because they don't have a certificate from this commission, because they're not a regulated entity, they're doing it. They're providing the service, they're providing adequate or satisfactory service, and at what I think is a fair rate. I mean, we've represented that we agree with the rate freeze, right? And so, to your point, these are uncharted waters that we are trying to navigate here, and you're trying to apply something that I don't think necessarily was written with this concept in mind. So now you guys have the trouble of trying to implement that, and that's what my recommendation really comes down to is we think it should be denied because of that, the cost exceeding those benefits.
Ask the same question, but, so public staff's position is the acquisition adjustment criteria, should be utilized in this new CPCN, assuming that it's reforms.
Yes, I think that this is criteria that has gone through a number of challenges and refinement. I mean, all the way up to the state Supreme Court. And so the three main criteria really don't change once you get to the conclusion of that process, right? All these cases that have potentially challenged this, you look at hard scrabble, you look at some of the electric cases. I mean, you culminate with the three criteria. And we do believe that that is applicable here and is a tool that you can utilize. Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, questions on questions?
Yes, sir. We got it.
I have a few. Going to try to go quickly. Mr. Junis, with respect to hardship support, I'm just trying to clarify and then make sure I've got the picture of where you are on everything. You don't know what the rate impact will be in 4 years, but you support the creation of a hardship fund anyway. Is that correct?
Ms. Sanford, I don't think that's a very fair characterization
Well,
of not
then
knowing. We are projecting to the best of our ability. Mr. Schellinger has attempted to do that. Ms. Fiesel and I have attempted to do that. And so based on what we know and based on the concept that if they go into uniform, we have an idea of the ballpark where those rates would go. And it would be an increase for these customers, at least from where they're at. And we think that that would be an appropriate way to protect them.
And that's your position, whether it goes, based on what you know now, whether the rates are set under uniform 4 years down the road or under standalone.
And even under standalone, I mean, there should be a protection. I mean, standalone is, I mean, just as high, if not a higher rate.
And so you think a hardship fund is authorized in the face of any rate increase?
I think given the circumstances surrounding the rate impacts of the fair value and how that fair value is directly associated with the purchase price. I mean, it's half the equation of determining what this fair value was. I think there should be a connection with that hardship fund to offset that.
Thank you. Has the county provided you a list of hardship mitigation resources that exist?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You do have that. I've
Yeah,
heard references to it. I didn't know if you had it.
I believe it's in the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Burns, and I think it might have been in one of the DR responses.
It's more, okay, thank you. With respect to accounting for the county's accounting for CIAC or not being done, are you aware of there being any place on the county records where there is accounting for CIAC?
Yeah, I mean, that information was provided to us in discovery. I believe it was in the sub 398 proceeding that we got that information. And I think it should be referenced in my testimony in that case, but I don't recall it off the top of my
Okay,
head.
and apologies for not knowing it myself. Just trying to clarify where you are on that. I believe that you said in response to questions before the lunch break that, and Ms. Fiesel, maybe this was you, and maybe it was neither of you, so you'll tell me, that I believe you said that that 100-year depreciable life is not reasonable for the Carteret system. Let me stop there. Did you say that? Is that correct?
I believe that's Junice, when we talk about depreciation rate, I think Junice mentioned that there is one system where Carolina Water use 100-year life, which he thinks he's not feeling comfortable.
So that's where you're transitioning the depreciation from the 30 years that the county was using to Carolina Water's uniform depreciation rates. And I think it's on transmission or distribution mains of 100-year life. And so you're sort of stretching the life of those assets. The problem with stretching out the life of these assets is you mitigate the short-term benefit because you don't accumulate as much depreciation over the 4-year rate freeze. And also then you have customers paying a return on a higher balance going forward and for a longer period of time. And again, I don't think that may not be the magic number, even if you do use the uniform depreciation rate come next rate case, because you may have done a new depreciation study that may change that number.
Okay.
And also that is for transmission distribution mains.
Transmission distribution business.
Yeah.
Thank you. Last question, Ms. Fiesel, I think this is to you. Did you say before our lunch break that it is not necessary to determine the depreciation rates at the present?
It's not, I don't require say that.
Okay.
Could you give me a little more details?
Well,
on that?
we thought that you said that it was not necessary to determine them now, and I wanted to clarify this because it's the company's position that you do have to determine them now.
I
So,
don't think I said that because we recommend 4% amortization rate for the whole $1 million.
thank you for that clarification. So you do think the commission needs to determine the depreciation rate now?
I think we mentioned that in the future rate case, the commission can decide what the rate can be.
I have no other questions. Thank you.
As an administrative matter, did want to say that we do have that extra spreadsheet, and we have conferred with counsel for the commission as well as opposing counsel to see about including that in the second redirect exhibit from today, if that would be possible. We would just have them identify it, and so it would be complete, and we'd be done with the process.
Call it a revised. Okay, yeah, no, we'll assume that it was incomplete and it's just.
Okay, I'll get him to, I'll get our witness to identify it, and then we'll keep it. Okay.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and label this substitute public staff panel redirect exhibit number
Two.
2.
Certainly. And what we've added here is on pages 13 and 14. And that's what's been added here. So there are now 18 pages. All right. Thank you. All right. If I may, Mr. Junice, is that correct?
Yes, sir. 18 pages.
Yep. All right. Thank you. And all right. So just follow up quickly. Hardship fund, in terms of public staff policy, public staff doesn't have a hard policy on on hardship funds in every instance. This was an idea that we were putting forward in this case, as I think Duke has set up funds at times to help customers. You're just trying to think out of the box. Is that correct?
Right. Case of first impression, we're in uncharted waters, and so this was an attempt to mitigate the impact and make it palatable for issuance of this certificate.
All right. Just to clarify, it was discussion of acquisition adjustment criteria, et cetera. We're not relitigating the sub 398 proceeding here with respect to the actual fair value. I've got to follow up on this, but
We are not.
okay. And then there's been reference to how this is kind of the part two proceeding, or maybe this could have been done together. You know, you could have even done this as part one, I suppose, and then the fair value second. You know, there are multiple ways you could do this, and it's been done this way this time. Is that correct?
I mean, it's been done this way, and I think it's been done right, but
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Very good. All right. So back to the overall picture. You had questions about when would the public staff, you know, support a transaction like this. Now, keep with the sub 398 though in mind, you know, we did talk about the statutory intent behind it, what we saw as a statutory intent, did we not?
correct.
And then there was also a question on on even what companies put out about how this was going to be a good development. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what you mentioned was that, you know, thinking about it, this is a public asset, and so there needs. The thought had been, had it not, that there would be environmental issues, issues of expertise, infusion of capital, where you actually needed this type of statute. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, when you get to any deficiencies in the technical, managerial, and financial capabilities of the utility.
All right, and so back to the standard issue, and we'll close out here. If, you know, whether it's a three-pronged test on a merger test, or whether it's just a straightforward, almost layperson public convenience necessity scenario, is it your position that this is neither convenient nor necessary nor in the public interest?
Correct. And it doesn't pass the sniff test. We'll just add another one.
Okay. And well, and finally, you know, there was a discussion about why this might be needed, the public interest. There was a 4-3 vote on the local level, substantial opposition. And then, and you mentioned that they're close to paying this. They've really, you know, they've come a long way in paying for this thing. And then now you get an offer that says basically, you know, why own when you can rent? And then we're here today when there's not really a ton of local consensus even on the issue, is there?
I mean, there was obviously discourse from residents and customers, and that's been captured in consumer statements and the public hearing, and even the public hearings that the county commissioners had.
Thank you.
Okay. Parties have any motions at this time?
Public staff would like to admit the public staff panel redirect Exhibit 1 and the substituted Exhibit 2.
Okay.
Please.
Motion approved. Oh.
Public staff would also like to move in feasible Exhibit 1 and Junus Exhibits 1 and 2.
Okay. Motion approved. I believe we had, did you have some exhibits that you wanted to move in?
Do I have some?
Yeah.
No, sir, not this time. But that
Exhibits
all
one,
stuff is in already.
Okay. Yeah, you identified them, but we didn't actually move them into evidence. So it's a,
Okay, so, well, yes, sir, we would like to move and identify the Carteret County exhibit, which was exhibit number, crossing assignment number 1, together with the Mishaw exhibit.
that was your exhibit 2, I think.
I think it was too, yes. That's your number 2.
okay. Did you get that, Kelly?
Mike,
Motion approved. Okay, you may be released.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Wheatley, we are ready to hear the county's rebuttal testimony.
yes, sir. This time I'll call Mr. Tommy Burns and Ms. Dee Mishaw. And I promise you, I'll be brief if I possibly.
Okay, are you okay about being sworn in? Okay, left hand on the Bible, raise right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
Proceed, sir.
Yes, please.
Mr. Burns, state your full name, please, sir.
My name's Tommy Burns,
What is your business address?
210 Turner Street, Beaufort.
What is your occupation?
I'm the county manager for Carteret.
And how long have you been county manager?
Almost 7 years.
As portion of your duties, do you oversee the water system the county operates?
Yes, sir.
And have you ever been a county manager in any other organization or jurisdiction that had a water system?
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
Harnett County.
How big a system was that?
That's about 50,000 customers and about 12 whole purchase customers.
How many years have you had experience dealing with water companies?
About over 20 years.
Ms. Mishaw, state your full name, please.
Denise Michelle,
What's your business address?
210 Turner Street, Beaufort, North Carolina.
What's your occupation?
I'm CPA. I'm Assistant County Manager and Finance Director for Carteret County.
Now, were you finance manager when Carteret County built this water system?
Yes, sir.
You've been with it from day one,
Yes, sir.
and you have compiled and kept up all the records concerning this system.
Yes, sir.
Now, can you tell the commission how much money Carteret County has lost operating this system since its inception?
Excuse me, this is cost. Okay.
I guess I would object. I was under the impression that they would be crossed first, but that's
Yeah, and we haven't heard about your pre-filed testimony as well.
No, sir. Do I need to stop now?
Well, you can continue. Let's get would you like to get your pre-filed testimony in the record?
I thought it was.
I'm sorry, it's the it's rebuttal. So. All right, it will be the motion we will move in the pre-filed rebuttal testimony of Tommy Burns consisting of 6 pages and of Denise Michal consisting of 4 pages. And there's no summaries. So into the record as if orally given from the stand. And it's granted.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Yes. So should I now sit down and let them cross?
That would be our tradition.
Get a chance to clean it up later if I can.
Redirect. Yep. Okay. You proceed.
right. Thank you. Good afternoon again, and really do appreciate y'all being here, and it's good to see you today. We certainly respect the work that y'all do, and we know how important it is. Have some quick questions if we can, some of which have been, I think there will be a lot less than what we initially planned because we covered a lot today. I will, some of them will be a little direct. If you will, just start with you, Mr. Burns, if we can. If you'll turn to page 5 of your testimony. It's item 4. And it's a sentence that says the very essence. Can you read that sentence, please?
What question were you on, Mr. Creech? Or what response?
Let me just read it for you, if I may. In your testimony, you indicate the very essence of having an elected board elected by the citizenry to do the public good is infringed upon by the public staff's opinion that they may know better than the local elected official when the majority of the local citizenry needs and desires. Local government has always been the branch of government that is closest to the people. No entity knows the needs of the local citizens better than the duly elected Board of Commissioners. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's right.
All right, then elsewhere in your testimony on page 3 under number 3, you indicate, you say additionally, the county is not governed by any rate change restrictions that could raise rates, raise rates each month if necessary. In fact, customers are more protected from rate increases with a private utility company than they would be with a local government-owned utility. The county is not governed by nor subject to any rate reviews or approvals by the NC Utilities Commission. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, just real quickly, you've got your own local government officials. You've been dealing with them. You've had the benefit of working with your local officials for some time. And you've said that local government is best, but then that these commissioners will do a better job of protecting customers. Now, would you accept that some of these commissioners may be from Carteret County or may have experience in Carteret County, but would you accept that this commission is not the Carteret County Commission, of course? It's not. The folks here reside in Wake County and have worked in Guilford County and Durham County, Orange County, Mecklenburg County. Will you accept that?
I think the preface of that comment was that the Utilities Commission would not allow an entity to just arbitrarily every month or every quarter or whatever the need be increase rates, whereas the county does have that flexibility, and the county has in fact exercised that flexibility, trying to get this system back financially viable to further satisfy the viable utility unit at the State Water Infrastructure Authority of the Local Government Commission, who has labeled it as a financially distressed system.
Now, there's been talk today on the hardship fund, and you've talked in your testimony on page 5 under number 4, indicate that Mr. Juna suggests that the county hold the proceeds of the sale in trust for hardship or subsidy or credit Carolina Water for that amount of subsidized rate base. This suggestion alone is overreaching, suggested by the public staff, et cetera. Is that correct?
Yes, and I think our point there is that the county already has hardship programs in place that are utilized by county water customers to for hardships. That those hardships, are defined within that specific criteria, primarily for low income energy assistance programs and so forth that are offered at the Department of Social Services. And we do, in fact, have water customers that have utilized that program.
And then also in your testimony, you talk about the issue of subsidization. You speak, I think, in 7 or 8 times in a span of a couple paragraphs about how, quote, customers of the system and the others across the water district and the county who have subsidized the system for years. Is that correct?
That's correct. And again, that was the water district tax that was assessed on the district itself, of which not all of the district taxpayers were water customers. And then additionally, the general fund had subsidized that water fund several times through the years as well.
Now, I guess with respect to that type of hardship fund issue, you know, and maybe you hear earlier to hear some of the testimony. Is that correct? Were you here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You know, I mean, we've talked about it, how the county has a lot of tools at its disposal. You talk a little bit in your testimony, Ms. Shaw does as well, about this being a punitive kind of scenario. If you got to go to school to learn how to better, you know, operate a system, and y'all tried, but you know, there are tools at your disposal, and including taking some cues from your buyer in terms of depreciating a longer period of time. You know, at some point in time, these rates are going up. Now, there may be a rate freeze, but they're not going down. And y'all have almost, you're close to almost owning this system in large part. So I guess the point has been, if on the protection side, if y'all aren't willing to hold on to it, then why should this commission kind of almost, I don't know, maybe I'm setting this the wrong way, but almost bail you out? This is the first such transaction, and it could open up the floodgates.
Well, I think that if you go back and look at the original intent of the Viable Utility Program through the State Water Infrastructure Program, its sole purpose was to help these financially distressed systems. And it assessed those systems using different criteria. In Carteret County's case, and systems of this size, the assessment score, so to speak, that the local government commission through the State Water Infrastructure Authority purposed our system with, the county met 9 of those assessment criteria, of which only 8 of those, if you take in the transfers in and the transfers out, which was the water district tax or the general fund, then that would still leave 8 assessment criteria, of which, if you look at the density requirements and so forth, this system would never meet those. So in theory, it would perpetually be a distressed system because of this assessment criteria from the local government commission.
All right, well, let's go to that just for one moment. So you've got it attached to your rebuttal testimony. It's kind of hard to decipher through, but you've got it there. It says August 8th is a letter, and then the next page there, the second page, page 2, and then page 3, excuse me, and then it's the 4th page of that where it says at the top, unit name Carteret County, total score 9.
Right.
Now, and then we go down and it's got statutory points, and you've got points scored. There are 3 across the top there. Then the next one, infrastructure organization points 2, and then at the bottom, financial points 2, 1, and 1. Now, and this kind of goes to Ms. Michal's testimony as well. You know, y'all last fiscal year turned a profit on this. And so what impact might have that had on whether y'all were a distressed system or not? And would you always stay a distressed system?
Well, I think the relevancy of that is because it was understaffed the majority of the fiscal year. And it was understaffed or not staffed at all, you know, in the sense of people to process water bills and so forth, because, you know, the county has to follow the open, transparent process. So what happens when people think you're selling your water system, you know, they're not going to stay there and work for you. They're going to try to look out for themselves. So the majority of that year, we were not utilizing all of the personnel costs because we didn't have the people. And we're in a situation in our labor market in Eastern North Carolina where we're paying a premium for wages, and certainly a premium for a certified water operator on a small system such as this. And that's been one of our challenges ongoing, is keeping a certified operator that we can pay and compensate at a level that would keep them focused on that system and not looking for other employment.
All right. And Ms. Shaw, in your testimony, you touch on this. It's on page 3. I think it's the 9th line. You say many areas of the points scored are beyond the county's control because it is a small and rural system. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, looking at the points, and we can, and just to be clear, and it is discussed in your testimony, just like Mr. Burns a bit, y'all did turn a profit last fiscal year, but you also note that you could have, if it had been staffed, you would have lost 40,000. So it's plus or minus 40,000, was it not?
And then I think if you looked at the projection for this year that we just ran at the end of May, that deficit was going to be even greater.
All right.
That was the column, the shaded gray column there to the far right.
All right. We will have one cross exhibit if we can.
Thank you.
I'd like to get the right naming convention on this. I believe it would be Public Staff County Panel Cross Exhibit 1. Is that right?
That works? Yep. So marked.
Mr. Michaud, do you have a copy of this?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. And that is, and as Mr. Junis mentioned, y'all going through your budget process for the upcoming year, and you just passed your budget last night. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes. All right. And so we got this off of your Carteret. It says Carteret at the bottom, budget book 2024. And this is from your water fund. This is from your water fund subset, and it says summary at the top. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I
Okay.
do.
And, we were looking at this, and can you it doesn't tell it doesn't appear to tell the same story that we thought about profits and losses. Can you explain the period from 2015 to 2024 with respect to budgeted versus actual?
So the dark blue bar is actual revenue sources. The lighter blue would be the budgeted. And it's hard to read. Budgeted revenues or actual revenues are pretty steady and consistent over the years through 15 through 21. That would include actual revenues would include all sources, included transfers in, investment earnings if there were any, but the majority and lion's share would of course be the user fees. FY22, where you have the jump up, is it would be where we had a rate increase that year. So there was more budgeted revenues and more actual revenues. FY23, which is the year we should be concluding now, that decreased for two reasons. One is we didn't have the transfer in from the special taxing district. And then the other is that in September 2022, the county commissioners lowered the rate fee of that 25%. Mr. Junis did a lot of discussion in the 95% increase in rate, then dropped 25%. And then, so it's a combination of not having the transfer in FY '23, and then the rate was a little bit lower than a little bit of that bump for 2 months in '22. '24 is a slight increase in budgeted. If there is any appropriated fund balance, that is reflected in these numbers as well to balance the budget for revenues and appropriate to equal appropriated expenditures. In FY '23, there is 75,000 of appropriated fund balance included in that to balance the budget. And in '24, in our adopted budget, I think it's 160,000. Yes, in the adopted budget, it was $160,000 of fund balance or savings to balance the budget. Does that help you?
It does, because I'm looking at the kind of the inflection point there between 2020 and 2021. I mean, it looks like that. How would you describe the period from 2015 to 2020 in terms of revenues versus expenditures?
I'd rather look at a chart, look at a spreadsheet of actual revenue and expenditures. I think it would be easier to read because of these little bar things up here. Oh, I'm not sure I would interpret them correctly. But can I look at an actual?
You know, that I don't have that before me, but I mean, I appreciate your point. I just we pulled down what you had, so.
I know. Well, I can give you a better answer if I can look at actual.
Okay. Well, let's move on. Let's move on then. Well, would it be? We'll just move on.
Okay.
Thank you. So we talked a little bit with Mr. Burns, and it's also in your testimony relating to the criteria on a distressed system. And so let's go to that if we can with you as well, please. And so you've got attached to your rebuttal the same letter, and of course either of y'all can answer, but we've got questions of financial points here. Let's see here. There's one here that relates to the surplus deficit with debt, and that's 2 points, and we covered that. The other is operating margin, and then another is, let's see here, debt service coverage ratio. You know, when y'all pay off this loan in 2026, how will that impact your debt service coverage ratio?
It should help. The debt service coverage ratio is a requirement of the USDA revenue bond, and yes, it'll improve the ratio coverage. I was looking at the note 10 in the financial statements. It'll improve the coverage.
All right, thank you. Now, one thing that's come up, and maybe you can help me clarify just one more time, relates to the way y'all budget versus the way you report, and especially with respect to depreciation. Can you speak to that, please?
Yes, sir. So, in North Carolina, for under State Treasurer's Office, if you're a local government and you have an enterprise fund, the State Treasurer's Office requires the entity to budget on modified accrual basis and as well as report on a modified accrual basis. That is non-GAAP. So then we have to do a conversion and we have to adhere to GAAP standards, and you do a conversion to full GAAP. So on modified accrual and modified accrual budgeting, you do not budget for depreciation, but you would budget and you would expense capital outlay. So you've had a capital investment, that's an expenditure. When you convert to full accrual to GAAP accounting, capital assets are moved to the balance sheet and then they're depreciated and you record depreciation expense. So it's just two different bases of accounting.
Now, with the resident accountant as well, obviously we're going from a public entity to a private entity. Among the things that we've talked about today, we've talked about debt cost. We've talked about, of course, depreciation. What about taxes? Taxes paid by the county vis-a-vis in comparison to the company.
If you're referring to income taxes, we don't pay any federal state income tax. Of course, we have payroll taxes that on our staff are required to pay.
All right. So would it be fair to say that in the hands of the buyer, they would have income taxes that y'all don't have to pay? They would have higher debt cost. They wouldn't invest in a water fund, the so-called savings deposit that Mr. June had, and they're going to depreciate longer, so their depreciation expense is going to be lower. Is that correct?
I can definitively say if they made a profit, they would have to pay tax on their income. How they would operate to use depreciation to benefit, whether to lower net income or to have other benefits, they would have to make that decision. I don't know what they would do about setting aside capital for the future. If the county had to keep the system, one of the things Mr. Burns and I would just present to our Board of Commissioners is that we would need to start setting aside some kind of large capital maintenance or capital improvement fund. Our assets are getting older and we think it would make good financial sense to do that.
Okay. Now, one more question. We talked with Mr. Burns briefly on kind of a distress system and training, and y'all both you talk a little bit more than he does, go into a little bit more detail about what all is involved. And you may have, were you here when Mr. Junis was
Yes, sir.
that's fine as well. And we're talking about where you are in the process of your certain asset studies and other things like that. With respect to being distressed, where are you in your kind of in I won't say in the learning process, but in the
I know.
Go
where
ahead.
you're
Yes,
going.
sir.
So, we were notified in 2021 that we were being looked at as a financially distressed system. And then, as you mentioned, in 2022, August the 8th, we did receive the determination. Since that time, we have talked with the local government commission and have kind of relayed to them where we're at in this process with the utilities commission. And they have stayed all of those further requirements on the county until this issue before the utilities commission is resolved. So, we've been designated, but as far as the additional training, as far as the acquisition studies and merger studies and rate studies, they've stayed all of that until this process is completed.
All right, and those are the actions that are listed in the cover letter there, August 8th, 2022. Is that correct?
That was the determination letter that told the county that it was in fact being classified as a distressed utility system.
Right, but the things under the statutory requirements would be conducting asset assessment, rate study, participated training. That's number 2, and then Again, this is on the bottom of page 2, top of page 3 of that letter, and then 3 is develop an action plan, et cetera.
And again, the State Water Infrastructure Authority has stayed those requirements pending the conclusion of this process.
I think those are our questions for now. Thank you.
Redirect?
You done?
I have that the company doesn't have any questions. Is that still the case? Okay.
I've got a few, if this is the time,
This is time to do redirect.
just a couple. Ms. Mishaw,
Yes, sir.
what has been the total expenditures from out of our county monies, reserve funds that have been put into this water system during the tenure that it's been operating?
The total amount is $5,545,396. The breakout of that for the general fund is $1,734,561. And then from the water special revenue taxing district is the difference, $3,810,835.
Now, did you check to see how much money we had got into the fund and how much money is out of the fund for this year, ending this month?
Yes, sir, I did a projection, of revenue and expense projection.
And what did you find?
So the year end's not completed. There are certain things that are not considered, like for pension and post-employment benefit liabilities. But the projected loss is a little bit greater than $250,000.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Or move over to commissioner questions. Any questions? All right, we have some staff questions. During the fair value hearing, Ms. Mishaw and Mr. Foxworth testified that the county had determined that a sustainable rate to support the water system, including setting aside capital for further needs, would be $98.77 for 4,000. In this proceedings, Ms. Mishaw states that if the county continued to own the system and did not levy a special water district tax, it would have to raise user rates by 40%. Does that represent a change in your position, or does $98.77 monthly rate for a customer using 4,000 equate to a 40% rate increase?
I still agree with that. I still concur.
Okay, and do you know, is that, so the 98.77 or the 40% increase?
On the usage of gallons that is stated there, that is a 40% increase.
Okay, very good. You also testified that the county's operator in charge employee resigned during 2022 and that the county's water maintenance technician position was vacant the entire fiscal year. How did the timing of those vacancies compare to the county announcing that it would accept upset bids for the sale of systems?
That was after the fact.
It was.
The employees were after the fact.
Okay.
The resignations were afterwards.
Has the county determined yet whether any of the grant funds will have to be repaid if the systems are sold to Carolina Water? And if not, what is the status of that inquiry?
For the USDA grant, we did make contact with USDA, and they sent back some simple language of the process we would have to go through. Part of that is having an appraisal, and then they would review it and go through their process and let us know the dollar amount of the grant fund that would have, of the grant that would have to be paid back. That's the $1.5 million grant. The other two state grants, we haven't worked with them.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, any? Is it?
Ms. McShaw, could you state, I'm not sure I understood the response. You said in terms of the $1.1 million grant, you have to go through an application process of some type, submit data, establish something about an appraised value, and then it's determined. Is that what you indicated?
Yes.
Yes, sir. It's the $1.5 million grant. It's a USDA grant.
Right, the USDA grant.
Yes, sir.
And as to the other grants that you received, what was the response? It looked like some degree of uncertainty as to what.
Those two were state agency grants, and we reviewed the grant language. So we're not sure we'll have to pay them back, and we have to reach out to the state contacts on that.
But you've not done so at this time? Or, I mean, I would think that might be an important consideration. I know it came up in the fair value proceeding.
No, the language, and when we all review the language in the grants, that language looked like we would not have to repay that as long as the asset remained in use for a water system. The USDA grant application had much different language in there, and we did not feel comfortable at all with the USDA and felt like we would have to repay part of that back, and that's why we did contact them for their process.
I see. I think it would have been helpful and insightful to have contacted the state agencies as well, considering the issues that have arisen within the context of this proposed transaction, and where we are looking at now with the CPCN. Thank you.
Okay, well, unless there's any other questions, we'll take questions on questions.
A question on, both of these questions relate to debt. When you're paying back your debt, y'all are paying it back, principal and interest. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you heard the testimony before, though, that, and the company can correct it if they come up, but that the company will be paying interest only. Is that correct? Did you see that? Yes, we'll wait on the company on that. And then when you pay back, if you sell the system and you pay back the loans that you've got to pay back, you're going to have over $1 million left over. And are y'all not separate apart from the sales proceeds? Are you planning on using any of that money for a hardship fund of any sort?
What kind of fund?
Hardship fund,
Capital. I mean, that's the only thing, we've identified a capital fund. We've got need for a detention center right now
okay, right. So you're going to use the funds
for public use.
for the detention center, but you're not going to use any of the funds, not 1 cent, to offset any of the impact on the existing customers. Is that correct?
I think there'll probably be a public purpose issue that we'd have to ask our attorney and to even see if he was okay, if our county commissioners were okay with that arrangement.
So if your county
I
commission,
think it would be a public purpose issue at that point.
so if your county commission okays it and your attorney is okays it, you'd be okay with it.
Well, that's yeah, we would have no choice.
County attorney's here. He's done some testifying over there. That's it.
Okay, any other questions on questions?
I have no further questions.
Okay, well, you may be released.
Okay, thank you all. And thank you again for working with us on that date last week. We appreciate that.
Okay, Ms. Sanford, we're ready for the company's rebuttal testimony. Can you please call your next witness?
I recall Don Denton and Matt Schellinger.
Does that mean? Okay, please put your left hand on the Bible. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, never mind. You're good.
So we should proceed?
Yes.
Already. Under oath. Good afternoon again. I guess it was good morning last time. Did you, Mr. Denton, we'll start with you. And of course, you're both still under oath. Did you cause to be prepared a rebuttal testimony consisting of 12 pages and filed on March 29th?
I did.
Mr. Schellinger, similarly, did you cause to be prepared rebuttal testimony consisting of 14 pages and 4 exhibits filed on March 29th? This question is to both of you. If you were to provide this testimony today, would it be the same as if you're pre-filed, as your pre-filed?
Yes.
Mine would be the same as updated with my revised exhibits.
That's right. You had caused a revised exhibit to be filed.
On June 9th, I filed revised rebuttal exhibit MPS 3 and MPS 4.
That's right. Thank you. So I would ask that their testimony be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand, and that Mr. Schellinger's exhibits be marked for identification.
Motion granted.
Okay, thank you. With that, the witnesses are available for examination.
Good afternoon. Things should be a little shorter here, at least for the moment, based upon your time earlier, so thank you for that. You did hear earlier about debt repayment. Will y'all be paying back principal and interest on your debt, or will you pay only interest?
So when it comes to rate making, we design rates around the interest component. And in a lot of ways, that becomes separate from what actually happens with how the debt is handled. So I think it's going to depend on the exact loan, really.
All right. Now, we talked earlier today and about the different systems, the North River and Merriman, and you've given your analysis on using ERC. But I do have some clarifying questions for you, if I can. Overall, how many water systems does Carolina Water own and operate in North Carolina? Do you know approximately?
I believe it's approximately 120. It's definitely over 100.
Right. And how many of your water systems have at least one elevated water storage tank? Do you know? If you don't know,
I
just
do
say
know.
that's no problem. And how many have at least 2 elevated storage tanks? Do you know?
I do not know.
3?
I do not know.
All right, no problem. All right. Do you know how many are in Carteret County?
3, I believe, in Carteret County.
There's 3 systems in
3
Carteret
and-
County,
and
not
what-
counting these 2.
Not counting these 2, which we're currently operating.
And what about elevated water storage tanks?
I'm
Is that
not
what you
aware.
just-
There's one at Brandywine Bay. I think that's the
All
only
right.
one in Carteret.
All right. And then how many have a customer density of less than 50 customers per mile?
I'd have to check on that. I don't know.
No. How many water systems have an ion exchange treatment system? Do you know?
I do not know.
What about treatment system associated that has an associated operating and maintenance expenses?
Can you ask that question?
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well,
They all have O&M expenses.
okay. Well, if you don't so let me get your clarification on that. Do you have a system that has an ion exchange treatment system?
But we do have ion exchange. I'm not sure exactly what systems they're in, but we do have
Okay.
ion exchange.
All right. Let me move on. What about water softening
Yes,
system? You
we
do.
have we have water softening
Okay.
systems.
Are there chemical costs associated with operating a water softening system?
There are costs associated with water softener systems, yes.
Okay. If customer density is lower than average, would the cost of service be higher than average?
Can you repeat the question?
If customer density is lower than average, would the cost of service be higher than average?
I don't think you could look at just that one metric in isolation and make a broad determination on that now.
All right. If rate base is higher than average, would the cost of service be higher than average?
Not necessarily.
You concur? Okay.
Yeah, I agree with
All right.
Matt's
Uh,
statement.
If expenses are higher than average, would the cost of service be higher than average?
Once again, not necessarily.
All right. If Carteret County system has lower customer density, higher rate base per customer, and higher operating expenses from the average Carolina water system, wouldn't consolidation increase the average uniform water bill?
Assuming all three of those are true, then that would be a reasonable assumption.
Right. See, I may just have a couple more here. Overhead and fixed cost allocated by corporate to your state subsidiary. How are those, how's that allocation passed down?
The allocation is passed down through an ERC account as a percentage to each system.
Okay. And if you add 1,300 customers, that would increase your state share of the corporate cost. Is that correct?
Correct.
Let's see if I have any final ones here. No additional questions.
Okay, I think we're at a convenient time to just take a 15-minute break. It looks like we will finish today, but why don't we get back here at 3:45? Okay, and we'll start with commissioner questions.
Yep.
Okay. Is there, before we get to commissioner questions, or any redirect?
No, sir.
Okay. Get some. Now I think the first set is going to be for you, Mr. Denton, but if you need to call a friend.
Okay.
In your testimony, specifically on page 10 and line 5, you state, although the public staff's recitation of statutes and case law, excuse me, wait a second. Does that sound familiar?
Mhm. Yes.
Okay, sorry. Although the public staff's recitation of statutes and case law at page 29 to 30 of Mr. Junas's testimony addresses the standards for mergers and not for a transfer, the company believes the facts of this case generally support even the standard they describe in which they request the commission to apply. Question is, please clarify your position on that standard. Do you believe it is the correct one? Do you believe a different standard is more appropriate? And if so, what?
So the difference between a merger and a transfer?
Just the standard for this particular proceeding. Mr. Junis acknowledges that the standards are for mergers, not for a transfer, but proposes that they
Right.
still are appropriate. And I just want to know if you think it's appropriate as well.
I think the standard is for a transfer, as this is a transfer, but I do believe we are meeting in Mr. Schellinger's analysis, at least the standards for a merger as well. So that is what the statement is saying. I think the benefits to the customers that we've all been talking about throughout the day, whether that's the existing customers or the existing Carteret customers, the taxpayers of Carteret County, or our existing customers all benefit from this transfer.
Okay, so how it was articulated, but just to be clear, by the public staff and how what they proposed, you believe that's sufficient to use for this case?
Yes.
Okay. County Witness Burns states in his rebuttal testimony in item 3, during his discussion of a density per square mile requirement, excuse me, let me start over again. County Witness Burns states in his rebuttal testimony in item 3, that density per square mile requirement and the lack of development, environmental limitations, and permitting regulations will prevent large parts of the water system from being developed now or in the future. Okay. That was stated. As owner of the county systems, how does, as a potential future owner of the county systems, how does Carolina Water plan to address these issues with the water systems as they were identified by Witness Burns?
Well, the density of the system is and will be an issue for as long as we actually see for right now. But that doesn't mean that it's not a system that's needed or that is costly from the standpoint as presented by the public staff. I think that as we look at this system, there are economic development opportunities. We will work with the county on economic development. We do that elsewhere. But at the same time, the premise that the cost of the system is higher because it's less dense isn't necessarily the case.
Fair enough, but I think the spirit of Mr. Burns' points were that this is a system that is going to be hard to have more development. And you did mention that you would work with the county. Could you be a little bit more precise in what you might do to foster expansion or development of this system?
Well, we will work with the county's economic development committee, board, whatever they have, to enhance and bring in customers. We'll talk to, any customers and developers. We'll work with developers in the communities. I mean, if you look at the coastal communities, well, Carteret may not be having the expansion that some of these others are, but you look south, Pender and Brunswick, there's some explosive development going on right now. And so, hopefully that'd be something that Carteret would see as well.
Okay. So you testified at the sub 398 hearing that the rate-based value of the acquired system assets will be depreciated at approximately 2% per year from the date of acquisition until the next rate case proceeding. Witness Schellinger rebuttal testimony requests the commission to approve Carolina's current commission-approved depreciation rates for purposes of calculating depreciation, which would be a composite depreciation rate of 1.4%. Has Carolina Water changed its position since the sub 398 proceeding regarding the appropriate depreciation rate to use? Can you or Mr. Schellinger explain?
I'd be happy to. The 2% we used was an approximation based on what we knew at that time about how we should treat the net book value as it came into our system. And in prep for this sub 399, we have done a lot more research in how to properly account for those assets in the different asset buckets. And then the next step to that would be getting the PAA amortization rate as well as the organizational amortization rate in order to put all these big pieces together in order to figure out what we think that depreciation rate is going forward.
Anything to add, Mr. Fenn? Okay, I think this one's going to be for you, Mr. Schellinger. You state on page 2 of your rebuttal testimony, beginning on line 19, that Carolina Water proposes to account for the fair market value transaction in compliance with and using guidance from generally accepted accounting principles and the NARU Uniform System of Accounts. What specific guidance from GAAP do you rely on? If you could state the specific account standards codification, the ASC numbers you use for your guidance.
I don't have those specifically handy. I believe there's GAAP guidance that basically says follow what the commission tells you to do. And to that extent, we then take the next logical step to follow what the NARUC Uniform System of Accounts tells us what to do. And though GAAP and NARUC are in agreement, so we primarily rely on the NARUC guidance in order to determine kind of how we set out this accounting.
Okay, so I think I understand how you're viewing GAAP, but what was this GAAP or even in NARUC guidance specifically related to transactions concerning fair value acquisitions? I think you might have heard me ask the public staff that question.
I'm not sure if the NARUC Uniform Systems of Accounts guidance specifically says, hey, this is fair market value acquisition adjustment. This is how you handle it. But it does provide guidance on here's the original cost less depreciation, here's the net book value. If the commission makes a determination that the number is different, you handle it in this account, right? So that's kind of what gives us the guidance that if the commission makes a decision that the rate base is different, we put that in this PAA account, right? So that's the primary guidance we're relying on there.
Okay. Do you are you aware if Corix has engaged in any fair market value acquisitions and accounting treatment in any other jurisdictions, states outside of North Carolina?
I am not aware of any.
I'm not aware of any, no.
Okay. Did you do any research from how some of the fair market value acquisitions that are getting a lot of press, how they do their accounting?
I did. The Institute of Public Utilities run by the Michigan State University has a website dedicated to fair value transactions. And in that website, there's a number of PowerPoint presentations that various experts have put on that help provide some guidance for the accounting of the transactions.
Okay. You state on page 4 that you disagree with the public staff's use of a 4% depreciation and amortization rate in prior transfers involving Carolina Water that were approved by the commission. Are the depreciation rates representative or composite of the prior owner generally continued on the books of Carolina Water? Or has the prior practice been for Carolina Water as the new owner to go forward with its approved depreciation rates?
I have not been exceptionally closely invested in some of those prior transactions, but I will say that everything on our books and everything that eventually gets rolled through a rate case basically gets one of two sets of depreciation schedules. If it's in that uniform water rate group, all of the depreciation rates across the board are the same. Even for, say, something like Riverbend, which is a recent acquisition, it went into the uniform rate group and it's on the uniform depreciation rates. So I think to really answer your question, I think we put them in at the composite, at whatever the rate is under that rate group.
Okay. When you state on page 5, line 11 of your rebuttal testimony that the commission has complete discretion to set the depreciation rates in the proceeding, can you provide some example dockets in which the commission has approved the new owner's depreciation rates for the transferred assets?
I'm not sure I know of any specific dockets where that aspect is explicitly called out in a commission order or finding of fact.
Okay. Moving on to page 5, line 1 to 3, when you state that using Carolina Water's current depreciation rates, the going forward composite rate on the acquired plant would be 1.4% and will fully depreciate over 31 years. Could you just explain just the statement, make sure we understand that
Yeah.
31 years, what 31 years those are?
Absolutely. So I think the right way to kind of think about this and get back to it is in my rebuttal exhibit, I apologize, MPS 2, where we start with the Carteret County's original cost less depreciation, their books, if you will. And that's going to be that first column, which is their plant, and then they've got a reported accumulated depreciation. Then I take a step and I do an implied accumulated depreciation kind of to move it from their books closer to the transaction closing date. Then from all this data, we can have an implied plant and service date, right? Which is when those specific asset groups were placed into service. And really, so what neighborhood guidance tells us is we take our plant and service, and that's what the depreciation rate is applied to, right? So the depreciation rate is applied to that full plant number, 12.195 million. But a portion of that is already depreciated, right, on Carteret's current books. So what we're effectively saying is when we not reset, that's not what we're doing here. When we set it on a going forward basis at the CWS NC depreciation rates, it's an effective rate of 1.4% from their original plant and service, but it's at a 3.22% rate on a going forward basis. So what that means is everything's going to be fully depreciated in 31 years, but you have to take into account the fact that it's already largely depreciated. And that's how you reconcile between the 1.4% and the 31 years. And I would more than happy to restate that.
I'm going to
try to walk you through.
I'm going to look to see if I have some nodding of understanding. Okay, very good. Great
Okay,
answer.
great.
In order for Carolina Water to record the acquisition upon closing and depreciate the fair market value of the assets going forward until the next general rate case proceeding, does the commission need to determine the appropriate depreciation rate in this proceeding? Or can this contested issue be decided in the next general rate case proceeding? Please explain.
Sure. I think it would be best if the commission made a decision in the current proceeding, because during the pendency of the 4 years and all the way up till the next rate case, these assets will be depreciating and they need to be on our books and depreciating at some rate. So if you don't make a determination now, does that mean they sit on our books and don't depreciate at all? And then we have like a huge true up in year 5? It seems like there's a better process, and I think it really starts with making a decision on the depreciation rates now in order to avoid some odd true up in 4 or 5 years.
Okay. Is it your position in your rebuttal testimony on page 6, lines 6 to 12, that the 3.22% acquisition adjustment amortization rate utilizes the same method used in rate cases by the public staff to reflect the amortization of acquisition adjustments over the remaining useful life of plant assets?
Yes and no, and I'll jump into that a little more. So the 3.22% represents the that 31 years, right? When are all the assets going to be depleted? So that's what the 3.22% represents here. How that's handled and has been handled in a rate case ends up being a little differently because the staff has traditionally set our PAA rate based on the composite depreciation rate for all of our assets, and then it gets reset every rate case. So in a lot of ways, the current PAA rate that's going through, say, this uniform rate division is no longer aligned with the underlying original assets that generated that PAA. So here, in isolation, this is all tied to that same asset group, right? But then if we throw it into a rate case and everything gets a new amortization rate based on prior treatment, then it would no longer be aligned anymore.
Okay. Well, I think that brings us to the end of the questions I have. I'll ask my colleagues any follow-up questions. Yeah, I'm sorry. Commissioner Kamari?
So I have a clarifying question related to the document, the Public Staff Panel Redirect Exhibit 2. You may not have it in front of you, but I can just tell you what it says in case you don't. But it talks about capital needs for the water system, and it states that the Carteret County is aware of 2 significant capital needs for the water system. Number 1, copper and zinc remediation of $103,000, and then number 2, water tank rehabilitation of $125,000. And then the application on page 7 talks about the water tank investment of $125,000 that will be made in the first year. Then on page 8, the answer about any major improvements or additions state that no major improvements or additions are planned. So I wanted to see, can you just respond to the copper and zinc remediation of $103,000 and why it was not included?
The county is actually taking care of that now.
Oh, they are
They are
doing it.
taking care of that now.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And then my last question is basically a follow-up to what I had asked Mr. Junis, and I think this is probably for you, Mr. Denton, about, and I'd asked him whether the acquisition adjustment criteria would be appropriate in a CPCN proceeding when the purchase price and the rate base has already been established. And in Mr. Burns's testimony, he talks about his view that the system is a distressed system, and he talks about how the county lacks the technical and managerial capabilities to continue operating the system, which tend to be criteria for acquisition adjustments. So my question is, as we're trying to determine the analysis for this CPCN proceeding, do you agree with the public staff that the acquisition adjustment criteria is appropriate in the CPCN proceeding?
Actually, I don't. I believe that the rate base has been determined, that for the purposes of counting, that we have an acquisition adjustment, but not necessarily as determination of the rate base, right? And the deduction in the rate base. So I think that as part of that, that we've now decided on rate base, and we're trying to figure out how to deal with the accounting side of things, but and keeping the books straight, which is Matt's job. But so I don't necessarily agree with Mr. James's opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any questions on questions?
Up from the county.
Just a couple quick questions if I can. Obviously, a lot of talk about rates and depreciation, et cetera. Mr. Schellinger, just to reiterate, you have indicated that the county on page 4, in your view, has over depreciated. Is that correct?
It is.
And that impacts reporting, does it not? Financial reporting?
It impacts the net book value and the original cost less depreciation, which are components of financial reporting.
Right. And there was discussion on the various rates that would be other rates that would be used. I don't know if there was any comment on the inflation rate. Have y'all commented on that at all? That you have in your exhibit 4?
So in my
2.4%
exhibit,
inflation,
sorry, say again?
2.4% inflation.
Yeah, that's the inflationary rate that we agreed on in the sub 400 docket. So I thought it was a reasonable estimation for future inflationary rates during those periods.
And that's how you, and did you, using that, did you calculate the rate impact for county customers without ownership? Is that correct? Those are lines 40 to 42, I believe.
So lines 40 to 42 aren't all without CWS NC ownership. Only lines 42 would be what we were estimating would be Carteret's if there was no ownership. Yeah.
Let's see. All right, no other questions.
I have no questions.
Okay, any motions you want to make for these witnesses,
I have a number of documents that I'd like to move into the record, if I could.
please?
Do this chronologically from the beginning. The application filed August the 2nd. The public staff deficiency letter filed August the 25th, that's 2022. The response to the deficiency letter and the revised CPCN filed August 26th. An update on the CPCN filed September 2nd, 22. Supplemental filing of the same date. The rebuttal testimony of witnesses Denton and Schellinger filed March 29th. And witness Schellinger's revised exhibits filed June the 9th, 2023.
Okay, motion granted. Have been moved in the record.
Just one clarifying note, in the rebuttal that was filed on June 9th, that included a revision to the addendum and an application, I believe. Is that correct?
Say it one more time, please.
When Mr. Schellinger's rebuttal, update to his rebuttal was filed, that was a update to the addendum. One of those two exhibits was an update to the addendum of the application.
Right.
Is that correct?
Right.
Okay.
Or is that not correct? Filing June
To the
9th.
application.
I don't think that's technically correct.
Okay, well then it was your
But-
motion. I'm sorry.
Oh, I apologize.
It's my understanding that that is an addendum to your application, and one of your two exhibits, you had NPS 3 and NPS 4. So,
That's correct. And it may be splitting hairs.
Okay.
My NPS 3 is labeled addendum to the application because it's the same thing that was in the application.
with that,
Sorry.
Presiding Commissioner Hughes, I would like to make sure we enter into the record public staff county panel cross exhibit 1 that we had not previously entered. We marked, but we didn't.
Motion granted. Entered record. Okay, well, I have a little housekeeping for myself. Myself, I think I asked in the beginning that, and said that the commission was inclined to move the full proceedings of W-354 sub 398 into the record, but just to be on the safe side, I'm going to say the commission formally takes notice of the entire record of the proceedings on the company's application for fair value of the Carteret County system, docket W-354 sub 398, including the evidentiary record.
Thank you.
I think that brings us to the end. Oh, sure. Well, before we adjourn, any other issues?
Proposed orders?
Parties shall file any briefs and proposed orders within 30 days of the filing of the last transcript in this manner. Okay. All right. Well, then I think we will adjourn. Thank you all for your time. Again, special thanks to the county for what I know is a troubling period in coming up here. So thank you very much.
Thanks again for helping us out with that.